At one point, I became the older sister just because I just took on that role. And then I no longer wanted that role. So I officially gave it back to my older sister this year. I said,
Oh,
I don't want it anymore. It's a big job. Big job.
okay. Um, and as a kid, um, hold on just a minute. I'm getting feedback in my headset. I don't know if anyone, the technical can help, but I'm hearing, like when I speak, it's an echo. Oh, and okay, and I see that it says here,
You sound absolutely fine, by the way.
okay, thank you. Well, I'm just hearing as I'm speaking, what I'm saying right now is going to repeat. Um,
Yeah, that can be annoying.
okay, let me turn off my Bluetooth for just a second and then turn it back on.
You are actually muted.
Can you hear me?
Absolutely. Now, yes.
Okay. And let's try that. How about now?
Absolutely.
Okay, we're going to use my computer speakers. And I was told I have to do the introduction again because apparently the 5 seconds wasn't enough. So I am Steve Fisher, and I am a part of the Otherworldly Fundraising team. And this is One Simple Wish weekend, and we're trying to raise money for the One Simple Wish program. They help out foster kids, and they raise money to give wishes, grant wishes to foster kids who get caught up in the system and don't have all the things that they need. And so it's a great organization, and we're hoping that you can, throw a couple bucks their way, donate, and yeah, that's good. Um, I am with Penny Johnson Jerald. Um, we have a lot of folks this weekend. The lineup is great, and we're interviewing. And what I'm going to say that you may have missed in my introduction, well, currently I see that we've raised $850, which is great, and we'd like to get more. There is a strike going on. SAG-AFTRA and WGA, the Writers Guild of America, are currently on strike. So there are certain things we cannot talk about, but we're going to think outside the box. So when some people ask questions, I might not be able to ask the question based on certain things that we can't talk about. We can't talk about certain shows and other things like that. But it's fine because there's a lot still we can talk about that'll work fine. So we started talking about Penny living in Baltimore, growing up in Baltimore with one of 7 children, and that she is the second oldest and took over the role of being the oldest until just recently she said to her sister, "You can have it back."
I
And
wouldn't wish it on anyone. I'm telling you, truly, I wouldn't wish that on anyone. I mean, when you come from a traditional family like mine, you have so many responsibilities. And that's actually quite appropriate for what we're trying to do here today, raise money for kids. Back in the day when you had many kids, sometimes the kids were like surrogate parents. So, you know, when you have 7 kids, maybe the second half of those kids, they were parented with one of the older siblings. So you kind of like had your parents, and then you had one of your siblings, which acted, you know, your big brother or sister, which acted kind of like your parent. And I actually, that's kind of cool because it really feeds into the narrative. It takes a village. And right
Oh,
now, there
yes.
are so many people who are without, and it takes a freaking village. And so I am so happy to hear that people are donating already this morning,
Yes.
um, because it's just so important.
Yes. And I totally agree. And I know, um, so my mother was one of 9. So I know what having a huge family is like, and hearing the stories and stuff. So it's always fun to hear other people's stories about, you know, large families and whatnot. So when you were a young child, what were your interests? What did you like doing, you know, when you were with your family or growing up? I mean, what was it as a young kid that drew your attention?
You know what, Steve? It's kind of like I still am a young child because I have the same interest. I think that when something is, you are so passionate about something and it is in your heart and it's in every fiber of your being, that really is who you are. So I still am that small child. I just have an older body. And sometimes my thoughts are wiser, but sometimes I want to be child or childlike. Let me say that,
Yeah.
child. But I've always wanted to be an actor. I think I never said I want to be an actor. I was an actor. I created things out of my mind. My imagination was just so vivid. Um, Fun was very important. Make pretend, you know, making things better or making things scary. Uh,
Hmm.
you know, Having my siblings always to be an audience, you know, and having a full cast of characters to play off of. So my entire career is based on that child dream or that child wish, because every character that I've played is probably somebody in my family. Maybe not my immediate family, but somebody in my family. So it pays off to have a large family because you have a lot of tools to work from.
Yeah. And so I assume then, were we to talk to anyone in your family and say, "Are you surprised at where she is now?" Oh no, we knew that right. Well, we're from day one, we knew that right away.
No, everybody's an artist in my family. Everybody can pretty much act. I'm just the one making a living.
Nice. Kristen Marie says, "I'm the second oldest, but the first daughter. Definitely parented my younger sister, and I'm even her guardian." So yes, that happens all over.
Well, Krista, I'm still doing that today. You know, good things happen and bad things happen to people, and my life is always good as far as I like to believe. But there are bad things and tragedies that happen, and things happen to people that you love, like your siblings, and you find yourself almost parenting them or being there for them. And I'm actually doing that now because of the tragedy that happened 2 years ago in my family. And so I am still helping a loved one who's responsible for a lot of loved ones. And so you just never stop. And anybody who thinks you can stop at any time, you I don't think you've been introduced to real family. Sorry about that. What talents do my family members have? Wow. Well, I have a sister who's also an actress, Nori Victoria. My grandmother was an actress as well. My father builds things, and I find myself, I'm like my dad. I mean, even though I'm the second oldest and I'm the second daughter, I think I was the first son because I'm so much like my father. I build things on my downtime, which is now, I paint. I drive my husband crazy. I'll take the house apart and I'll just start painting the ceiling another color or patching any cracks. I live in California, so there are earthquakes. If you hear any pounding now, I started a project and now we had to hire someone to come and finish it because I didn't want to go through the concrete, so I don't do that.
Mhm.
So my family, we build houses, we tear them apart, we rebuild them. We have a refrigeration and heating company that we do. My sister is a master baker, patty cakes. She designs and creates the most incredible cakes. My baby brother, who now lives with my husband and myself, is a chef, Chef Norwood. So we are cooks. I don't cook anything that's longer than 15 minutes, but I think I have become a great cook. But having a chef that lives with you, it's kind of hard to compare and compete. And my older sister was actually a cop. So now that she has her job back as the big sister, she polices all of us. So I have both my parents are out, and my mother, I think she fancies herself a decorator, and that's probably why I tear the house apart and want something different all the time.
Nice. So.
Oh, I see them coming up. So
go on. No, if you see something and you want to just jump in, go right ahead.
You know, if I was downstairs in my office, which I can't because they're pounding downstairs, I have Renee's last mask. And it's
wow.
That he tore off of his face at the very last take of the last show that we did, a show that we shall not mention.
Correct.
I'm allowed to do that. But when he tore it off, he said, enough of this. And I said, oh no, I want that. And I took it and I put it in a case. And I met someone since who told me I need to make sure I spray it so that it doesn't crumble and fall apart.
Sure.
But just the best and generous. And I'm so honored to have his last mask.
So I had seen somewhere that you lied about your age to get into some entertainment as a young kid. What was that?
My brother, the one who now builds houses in, Johnson Solutions, my brother Slugger, don't ask. My brothers, their names are Slugger and Knuckles. But so Slugger, he was watching a television and a commercial came on, and it was for Center Stage, and they were training actors, but you had to be 16, and I wasn't. I was 15. Well, actually, I was 14 and a half. And he said, Penny, well, you're an actress. You can just lie. And I went, well, yeah, I could just tell him I'm 16. Why not? So I went in, I auditioned, I got it, which really furthered my career. But it was a pain in the butt later because when I tried to go back to my real age, they wouldn't let me. They said, oh, you're older than that. No. And so now I go back to my real age and people say, no, you can't be that. You actually must be younger than that. And I go, no, it's printed. And so there you go. But
nice.
So I did. I lied about my age and lied for a very long time. But when you hit 30, you kind of like don't want to lie about it. It was like a milestone. And I just wanted to really be 30 and not almost 32 or something. So
30 was my worst age.
Really?
Because I felt that even up through 29, people could look at you and still call you a kid. Once I hit 30, I had to start adulting, and I don't know if I wanted to do that.
I've been an adult for a very long time. I think I came out of the womb an adult, but with childlike.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been an adult for a long time.
And I understand that you were part of a circus for a while.
Absolutely.
What was that like?
Oh, that was so much fun. Taught me a lot. It began in the neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
They called it the Theater Project Neighborhood Art Circus. And what we would do is that we would round up people in a community each week. We go to a different community. We'd start out with a parade, and then we pitch tent at their nearest park. And people were invited daily. It was a way to help kids who had nothing. Again, right back where you know, the idea and the reason we're even talking today
Yes.
would be in the inner city, and the kids would come, and parents could actually go to work, drop their kids off, and for 8 hours they would have a circus in their community.
Oh,
And there would be face painting, and there would be clowns, and there would be mime, and there would be improvisational classes. There would be fire eaters, and I was a fire eater for a minute. For a minute, and then we would create projects that were akin to whatever community we were in. So we would write scripts. And at the end of our time there, we would perform. So their parents and it would be a huge festival, and the kids would be a part of that. And then we'd, pick up our tent and we'd go elsewhere. But we created so much, and it was beautiful. And so it was in the tri-state, which is Maryland, Virginia, and Pennsylvania.
Mhm.
And so each week. And it was so wonderful to see kids because we were in the inner city where kids didn't have much. Other kids found out about the circus. And so what started happening was a beautiful thing. Before, when you didn't see certain kids based on class or race interact with one another, parents found out about us, and in these well-to-do neighborhoods, they would bring their kids to the inner city neighborhoods and drop them off while they were at their office, and it was safe. And it was
Nice.
I love being in the circus. And then after that, I started having my own team, so I would train actors, and I began that, and we'd go into the juvenile establishment institutions,
Mhm.
prison system. So I graduate from the circus to the prisons.
Well, I read somewhere that you were or are an ambassador for the Imagine Theater. And that seems to be similar to, wanting to get kids engaged in theater when maybe they can't be engaged otherwise.
Well, the thing about the Imagine Theater, it is the artistic director. She is phenomenal and a great actor, in her own right. But it is a community where, for the first time, when I went to the opening of it, I had never seen families, not just kids all over the place, but families that had a father and a mother together, or two parents together, with all of their kids. It was like, this is normal for them to engage in theater, unlike any other place. But my love has always been giving back. I'm a teacher as well, so I've taught at the High School for the Arts. I helped establish that program there too. I just believe in the arts. The arts, without the arts, it is more difficult for kids to be able to express in all ways who they are, who they want to be, and giving them opportunities to try something that they possibly would never, ever had been exposed to.
That's wonderful. Looks like we have
I got that question. And
okay, yes, it says you play a mother on the show I can't name. Which women in your life have you drawn from to play that role?
Oh, wait a minute. Let me get my get up here. So, myself, being a mother, being an auntie, really, I have to say my own personal experience. raising a daughter, which was not easy, and having 27 nieces and nephews. I'm never without. And all of the kids that I've taught at school, never without. And also my desire to always wanting a son that I never had. So I think it's my mothering experiences. And I do have lots of friends who are strong mothers. But one thing I have never experienced is being a single mother, because I'm married and I've been married forever. But I have had introductions to many people who are single parents. My best friend is a single parent, and watching her strength, I must say, I have to give kudos that I've probably stolen a lot from her as well.
All right. In case you're just joining us, I'm Steve Fisher, and I'm here with Penny Johnson Jerald, and this is the One Simple Wish weekend. We are raising money for One Simple Wish to help out those foster kids that are in need. And for every $10 donation, you're entered into a sweepstakes for some prizes. And the scroll along the bottom of the page here gives you the Just Giving web address where you need to go, so you can go and donate, and please do, and then get entered into the sweepstakes. If you donate, for every $10, you get one entry into the sweepstakes. So you have done theater work, and you've also done screen work. When was it that you decided you wanted to try for the screen versus just being in the theater?
Wow. I went to this fabulous school. So let me give a shout out to all the yards. I went to Juilliard, and that is theater, classical theater. And I remember when I was graduating, I was up for this role, and a couple of other people many people were up for this role. And I ended up with this role. And this was a role, the starring role in a miniseries called The File on Jill Hatch. And it was shot over in England and here in America at the same time. And when I did that, a lot of my friends called me a sellout because, I'd always say, I will only do theater, whatever. But I'm an actor. And so I never felt like it was a sellout. I felt like it was just a part of what I do. So I have never abandoned theater, by the way. I do that all the time. I make sure I do a theater piece all the time. And I'm also a director. So I just finished directing a wonderful play here in LA. And that is actually my forte. My husband and I both have, we had a theater company, and all we did was play after play after play while I was on screen. But let me put it to you this way, which is how I put it to my friends. The screen afforded me a way to continue theater.
Sure.
Because that is my first love.
Yeah.
But the screen paid my bills, and the screen also financed a lot of the theater that I did with my actors. I could easily write a check, for things, and also my relationships that I formed, in television, again, helped finance the theater. I did a show in the 90s, and Brillstein and Gray were producers on that. And anytime they had a show, and they would scrap the show pieces, the furniture, the props, anything, I'd get a call. Does your theater company need any of this?
Oh, nice.
Go, great. I mean, as a matter of fact, there was some lumber left over that when we were building our house, I can talk about our stairs because that's part of that came from a theater set.
Oh, very nice.
So it was really a natural progression. I never thought that I would just do television after television after television.
Mm-hmm.
Just so blessed that I have always been employed in the television industry. But theater is truly my first love. And the difference, if that was part of your question, the difference is that you learn that the biggest you have is theater, the middle you have is television, the smallest you have is film. And so you just, you know, theater is the biggest. It's the biggest with the voice, it's the biggest with the body, it's the biggest with your emotions. And it gets smaller from that because then you have other things that will help you out, The camera helps you out. It can get into your mind, your body, and your soul.
Mm-hmm.
So you depend on that. So you learn technically how to work with that. So it's a different technique as compared to the theater. But the theater to me really gives you an awful lot of tools so that you can graduate to the other industries.
Well, in that same vein, I was going to ask, like, when you are prepping for a role in the theater and having to learn your lines and do what you have to do to be on stage maybe 5 nights a week versus an episode, and how many episodes are you filming a week of a particular show or doing a particular movie? What for you are the processes and how are they different from learning for the stage versus learning for the screen?
Not that much different. And I do see this question. I'm going to answer that question
Okay.
too. Not very different. If you're doing classical theater, the difference is that you have to understand what vernacular, or if you're doing Shakespeare, you have to understand iambic pentameter and what your voice needs to do. Or so when you're learning lines, you have to understand with a line what part of that line is going to fall, if it's a feminine or masculine ending. I know that's too much, it's technical, but my point is there is a method to it.
Mm-hmm.
However, learning lines is something I don't memorize lines. Okay. When I'm teaching how to learn lines, I don't teach memorizing. Memorizing a line as though you're teaching a kid to memorize his or her ABCs. And when you memorize ABCs, if I ask you what's the 9th letter of the alphabet, you couldn't tell me that it's I. You
Mm-hmm.
couldn't tell me that because you'd have to do this A B C D E F G H I. You'd have to do that sing-songing because that's memorizing. So you're putting something with that. It's almost like it's artificial. But when you learn a line, you're actually learning thoughts. So you're learning thoughts so that if you go off of line, off of script, and you have learned the thoughts, you are still feeding into the story and you're not holding up a production, or you're not giving another actor something that they can use so that they can get you back on track. So when you learn thoughts, you can pretty much know that you're going to know those lines because the thoughts, scripts are so well thought out. Writers are unfreaking believable. So they put it together with thoughts. So they kind of happen together. If I say the person that birthed you and the one that participated in the production of you, you probably know that I'm talking about mommy and daddy.
Yes.
Okay. So the thought will always bring you back to mommy and daddy. So if the line is, my mommy and daddy were great parents, and you can't remember that line, well, the thought of being birthed, the thought process will take you back to words. So to me, same process, but you do have to learn, again, big in theater, being able to project, not projecting too much when you're television, and almost as though you have to, it's equal distance. I teach a certain method when I am teaching in the different genres or the mediums, so different. But to answer the question that's on the screen, and I hope I did answer your question.
Yes, you did. Thank you very much.
Okay, did I get to work with Norm Macdonald as much, or was that mostly post-production work? It's kind of hard to answer that, but I can tell you this. Norm and I figured out that we actually worked together before in the 90s on a wonderful show that I was on as well
Hmm.
with an incredible cast that was not a a sci-fi show. And so we actually knew each other. And this is when you've done this for a long time. It takes almost 30 years later, and you're working together again. And then it takes almost 2 years of that 30 years to go, oh my gosh, we, we did that show together. So I did get to work with him, but it became less and less because the character was less and less.
Okay, we got another question. What theater role is your dream part, the one you most want to play?
Well, it's not the one that I most want to play, but it's the one that I must play. And that is due to fans. When I did this other show that shall not be named, and they called me this character, and they thought perhaps that's where I was borrowing ideas from. But I must play Lady M. I must. I'm ripe for her now. I have had so many life experiences. And so, Lady M, and we don't really name this particular play, out loud in the
Mhm.
theater. So,
Yeah.
you'll do your research.
Oh, I totally understand. And because I took just very a couple of acting classes back when I was in college, or way back when, and they mentioned not mentioning this play backstage, not doing anything, and our acting teacher said that if you do, there are people that actually will have you walk out of the dressing room and do a certain, like, spinning around
3
and
times.
some other
Yes.
things, because they will be very upset if something happens.
Yes.
So as you were starting out in the business, and maybe, at Juilliard or after Juilliard, was there anything that any seasoned actor told you, any advice they gave you, that you said, you know what, I'm gonna run with that, and you still do it to this day, and you pass that advice down to younger actors coming up?
Well, I tend to pass an awful lot of advice down, as you will ask many of my cast members, because I used to be the youngest chick, and now I'm the more seasoned chick.
Hmm.
And when I see something, I go, oh yeah, they better put a pin in that one or wait. But to answer your question very specifically, it was actually at Juilliard
Okay.
that I learned something, and I will never forget. And I use it for the theater, and I use it for television, film, and I do pass it down. And that is what my wonderful theater teacher, John Six, he is no longer with us. And John said the best thing an actor can have in his or her arsenal is a chair.
Okay.
He said, when you are backstage, plant yourself in a chair and claim your space around that chair. Because on a chair, an actor who has lots of physical things that he must do, you can totally relax in that chair. You can do your vocal exercises in that chair. And when you are in that chair, it's like you're thrown. And whatever whatever demeanor you take on when you're in a chair, others will truly respect it. they'll know that, okay, I can talk to this person because they're open for conversation, or they'll know, okay, this is their very special time, their quiet time, and they're in preparation. And so I have passed that on many times, because you'll find actors uh, backstage, running, and then you're thinking, oh, they're going to tire out. Now, mind you, I do a lot before, because I'll come out dancing and hey, because I just want the energy to be positive. But once I take my space, it's my space. And I do tend to tell everyone that. Can you tell us your funniest co-star? Well, this is on a show that I shall not name.
Mhm.
And I've told this story many times at different conventions. And that was with a young actor when I was new on the show. This was a young actor who was already on the show, and I came on the show as a guest artist. And I thought this show was very serious, because that's what I thought this show was. You dot your I's, you cross your T's, your words, and you're in the moment when it happens. And in my peripheral, when it's my turn, the close up is on me. Nothing happened when it was the cameras were on my co-star. But when the camera is now on me, in my peripheral, or actually in my line of sight, this young actor who wasn't working that day had the biggest erection that I've ever seen in my life. And I thought, oh my gosh, oh, what am I seeing?
What?
No one is saying anything. And I'm like, oh my gosh. And I could barely go on. But he I didn't crack up. But in my mind, I'm thinking, I know this is not happening. And then all of a sudden, he cracks up, because out of his pants, he takes this huge roll of paper towel roll, and it was a joke on me, the new kid. And so I cracked up and I said, oh my gosh, these people actually have fun on this show. So I tell that story. I won't name the actor, but it was a young actor at the time.
Okay.
On a show that I shall not name, but on a show that took themselves, as I thought, very seriously. And I was a guest star that continued on that show.
Huh.
So
That's funny. So
you should have seen your face, Steve. You didn't know where. And I know we're raising kids. You're thinking, whoa, the PJJ is just taking something else, but absolutely not. It was all in fun. It was all in really
yeah,
good.
yes. So speaking of co-stars, this is a show we cannot name, but being that I am a nerd among nerds in like sci-fi and comic books and everything else, I have a huge fan crush on Nathan Fillion.
So do I.
So we can't name particular shows, but do you have any interesting Nathan Fillion stories?
I can just tell you that that man is so generous. I mean, truly to a fault. And again, it's a story that I've told before, but maybe some of your viewers, have not heard it. But I had a fan who had had a tragedy in her family and ended up not being an orphan, but being alone because she was of age. And she came to visit. And everyone knew I had this person coming to visit me from a very far place. And Nathan learned of her visiting me, and he learned of her tragedy. And this isn't a funny story, it's just a heartwarming story. I'll tell you the nature of Nathan. And so Nathan came to me and he handed me this envelope, and he said, I want you to give this to the person, but please don't open it, right now. Or I said, sure. Well, I kind of didn't listen to Nathan. And I knew for him to say that, it had to have been something very special. So I had her come into my dressing room and I asked her if she mind if I videotaped on her camera, because I'm very good at taping people, but I'll use your phone so that's something for you to have.
Nice.
Because
Yes.
I think it's very private. And I don't like people doing that to me. I don't like you filming me unless I've given you permission,
Mm-hmm.
because I don't film people. If I do film you, it's on your camera so that you can do what you want to do with it. And she said yes. So I said, okay, well, I'd like to film you. And I also like to give you this. I said, so can I film you? She said, sure. And she was a little nervous, but it was all right. And I was kind of nervous because I had no idea. So I put it on video and I'm filming her and I hand her this letter or envelope or whatever. And she opens it and she starts shaking, uncontrollably shaking. And then she cries and I'm thinking, oh, this is too personal, but it's her phone.
Mm-hmm.
And then I cut after. He had given her cash, I don't know how many $100 bills,
Wow.
but obviously it was substantial, and it was substantial enough for her to be able to go back home and feel as though she was not alone and not destitute. So when you ask stories about that, there are many I could tell, but this one to me is
Yeah.
very, very special because it was in, he didn't have to do that.
Mm.
This was my guest. I had invited her and I had been speaking to her mom before her mom passed. And there I go. I guess I just love kids no matter what. So I
Yeah.
love
Well,
kids.
that's a great
So,
story.
so that
Are there any actors that you have not worked with that you would like to?
yes. Yes.
The-
Absolutely. There are actually some producers that I have not worked with and that I would like to. I have this thing, and my husband and I, when we go on our staycations, we call them now,
Mhm.
either here or back. We live on both coasts. We can turn on the television, and it will be 6 degrees of separation from Penny Johnson Jerald.
Huh.
It's like I can turn on any television show, and I have worked with someone on that show, and it's crazy. But one thing that I do know in my career, and I've worked with lots of people, all kinds of people, um, but I realize that some of the greats that I have not worked with are our African American actors.
Hmm.
I have not worked with enough of people who look like me. And there are some that I would love to work with before we are no longer working. Denzel Washington is one person that I
Mhm.
truly, truly, truly would like
He's a
to work
great
with.
actor.
I have never been employed by Shonda Rhimes, and I find her fascinating. Or or Ava, I find her incredible. I mean, there are so many. I had the pleasure of meeting Samuel L. Jackson in some event, but there are people of color that I truly wish to cross paths with on the stage, because I think that it would be a tremendous combination.
Yes. And I know, um, so you do a lot of directing in the theater.
Yes.
And when did you decide that you wanted to maybe take charge and start, the directing? versus, I mean, you still act, but then you decided I'm going to move up to the directing.
I've been directing since I was 14. That's when I had my first theater company.
Oh, wow.
So a lot of people don't know that because they always see me as an actor. But I am a really truly a director at heart in the theater, and oftentimes there are some shows that I shall not name that I've done quite a bit of coaching behind the scenes. So,
Would you ever want to direct for the screen?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I was pitching a show that didn't get a pickup right before this strike, and perhaps we'll do it again after this strike, get back to the trenches. But hopefully I'll be able to direct some of those because I just don't want to leave this business without having put my stamp on something that a lot of people will see. So
sure.
Did I get to know or meet Brock Peters? Oh, absolutely. Oh my gosh. We were in the streets on a lot and we were back in time. And I could not believe that Brock Peters was on the same street as me. I couldn't believe it. It was like the time I worked on a movie with Cicely Tyson. It's like these are people my parents, when your parents grow up with and they introduce you to them. And it was incredible. It was such grace and humility. I mean, you would think some, would be full of themselves because he's Brock Peters, but gracious and very polite. And I'll tell you this, which, oh my gosh, I get goosebumps. I mean, people think like, oh, really? I go, yeah, I do. When an actor that I've seen growing up, when they come over to me and thank me for my body of work, it's like,
yeah, I can believe.
Oh, whoa. I mean, I'm hardly hearing them because it's such an honor. And so I don't take that lightly. It truly is just a pleasure.
That's wonderful. And I'll just do one more plug for this weekend. This is the One Simple Wish weekend. We're Otherworldly Fundraising. I am Steve Fisher, and I am talking with Penny Johnson Jerald, and we're raising money this weekend for One Simple Wish to help foster kids and to help them, the kids that aren't that don't have the best situation, to get some of their wishes granted. And so please donate. We are, last I knew, we were currently at $850. And if we can get more than that, we want to grow and get more money. And so, yeah, we have a question that came in from Kristen. When you were growing up, who were your actor idols?
Wow. Cicely Tyson, truly. Leslie Ann Warren and Shirley Temple. Those truly pretty much there. But let me just say this before we wrap up, or as we are still talking about this. In terms of fostering and giving, I was a big sister, not just as a sister, biological sister, but I was a big sister in a big sister program here in Los Angeles. I had just gotten married and I wanted to give back. And so I went to Pasadena. There was a house, they called it. I forget the name of it. And there were lots of kids there. And the kids who were there, they were older kids. And I wondered why there were so many older kids at the house. And the lady told me because all the younger kids get adopted. And the other kids usually just get fostered there, or they're there until they age out of the system. And so I decided to be a big sister. And I was a big sister to, they do a one-on-one because they don't want you to have too many, And I was a big sister to a young lady who had I mean, she had been through so much. And I remember taking her to Disneyland.
Mm.
The difference that made that one day.
Oh, sure.
And it was scary at first because there was such an attachment, and emotionally an attachment, that you become afraid of the responsibility. And so I decided that if I was afraid of that responsibility, at least I would take on another kind of responsibility, and that was giving. And so I hope the listeners will do that. That if you can't do one thing, there's always something else that you can do, and you can give. And giving as little as $10 is a big thing, because a lot of $10 together will add up to something great.
Yes.
What is this question? Speaking of working with African American actors, is there a specific story you wish to tell, or would it be wishful fulfillment to work with specific individual regardless of the story plot? Did I ask myself that question correctly, John?
I think so. I think they want to know if you have a specific story you'd like to tell from the African American standpoint, working with specific actors, or if you get to work with Denzel Washington, doesn't matter what plot is, you want to work with Denzel Washington.
Oh gosh, no. It doesn't matter at all. Before I was doing a show that we shall not name, I was actually the lead in another show with an all-black cast, and I was playing billionaires. I mean, it was a kick butt role.
Huh.
It was like a role that I did on another show that shall not be named that has numbers on it. It would just put that make her just look like a golden child. So this series was something else. But instead, I had to choose between doing that show and a show that I ended up doing that I cannot name.
Mm-hmm.
And it was very hard, but it was a logistics about, okay, I can stay in LA and do this. The other one, I gotta move, and right now, but why can't I do both and go on the weekends for that? But that show was about not just things of people of color, but it was about a whole bunch of different things. We just happened to be Black people in that situation. So it doesn't matter.
Sure.
It doesn't matter, because we are just so much of browning races right now, or no one is anything.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the dynamic of being able to work with that particular actor who happens to be African American. And I would just like to see this beautiful combination on screen, because it does mean something to people who are watching. Because when you start seeing yourself, you feel accepted. And so that's the reason I even said I haven't worked with enough African Americans. There are people who still look like me, who are, going to be descendants from me, and I want them to feel their greatness.
Sure.
So it doesn't matter. We could be doing anything.
One question that I have is, do you have anything you would like to say regarding the SAG-AFTRA and the Writers Guild strike that you would like people to know?
Absolutely. Let me make sure. This was given to me. It says SAG-AFTRA, and to support the actors, and not just the actors, the writers, because without the writers, we still can't go back to work. I am so fortunate, as I was asked earlier, the segue from theater to television to whatever. I am so fortunate to have had show after show after show, which means if I retire today, I could probably be all right. But there are many actors who are not that fortunate. There are over 160,000 of us. And out of that, maybe 5% of those actors can actually be all right. So the 90 to 95% are paycheck to paycheck. And I wouldn't wish that on anyone. If you can imagine not being able to qualify to have health insurance, so you're wondering if you got sick, how can you do that? And I'm telling you, the threshold to meet the requirements for health insurance is literally just $26,000 a year.
Wow.
So we're saying, I'm telling you, 95% of your actors don't make $26,000 a year.
Yeah.
They had put it up to $32,000 a year, and then they brought it back down. Thank God, because most actors, they'll get maybe some great gig and one a year. And I'm not talking about a series. I'm talking about an episodic, and they still won't qualify for that. So actors aren't rolling in the dough. You know,
I know. And I see that. And I totally support what you guys do. And I tell people, I say, look at the guy that you saw on this cop procedural show that they have like 8 series of. And you see this person, and you're like, oh, I like that guy. I've seen him before. Yeah. Where did you see him? 1 bit parts. And that guy, you like him. You see him in the show. He's not making nearly enough money to survive.
Most actors don't even own their own homes. Now, I don't know if that's just bad business or, you know, not enough jobs. So actors are just trying to make a living. I mean, make a living. But I don't see anybody who's up there in the producer realm who are worried about if they're going to meet their health insurance.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know too many of that. So I am a strong believer in it. I'm not going to say let's strike until we get everything, because if I was someone who could not put food on the table, I would say, okay, I got to get some kind of work. But it's those of us who can do that who have to make sure we stay in support of those who cannot. So, I mean, it's like, again, let me wrap it up, coming from a big family. And sometimes this is painful. But when you come from a large family, like I do, my father says to us, or said to us, and he instills in us today, and my mother, you're only as strong as your weakest link. So if you have, and someone in your family doesn't, you don't have anything until you share it. And that's how I see it. And that's how I see it as being an actor, this whole family of actors and the writers together.
True. All right. Well, it is 1 p.m. I think that's the end of our interview for hour 1 of this great day that we're going to be having. So if you're watching us now, please continue to stay on. We have a great lineup that's continuing on. And Penny, thank you very much for taking the time to come and talk with us. And we learned a lot. And there were things we couldn't talk about, but we talked about other things. You know, sometimes you want to think outside the box and learn something that you get the same questions asked at cons over and over again. And sometimes you want to learn some more stuff.
Thank you so much, Steve.
You're welcome. And I don't know who's coming in now. Is someone going to come in and take over? Oh, well, hello.
Hey guys, I'm back. Hi. We're actually waiting for our next guest, Dwight Schultz, to show up. I'm going to go ahead, and if you want to go ahead and bring Doug on. Penny, again, Thank you for being a part of this weekend. We appreciate it so much. And it was a great interview. Thank you very much.
Thank you again. And have a great Sunday, you guys.
Yes, you too.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Steve, great job also.
Thank you.
I'll go ahead and bring Doug on board, and we're going to do a little patter until Dwight shows up. So,
okay.
Please stick around. We're going to do some conversation on A-Team and Star Trek.
Hey, everybody.
How's it going, man?
Not bad. Yourself?
Not too bad. We're just waiting for Dwight to show up. Hopefully it'll be very soon.
So we haven't actually gotten any word one way or the other. We're assuming he's coming.
He should be, yes.
Okay, good.
I've got my eye on the screen, so hopefully he will be popping up soon.
Because I've got notes. I'm ready.
Awesome. I will say, while we're waiting for Dwight to show up, again, if you're tuning in for this is our One Simple Wish weekend. We are raising money for One Simple Wish, which is a group dedicated to helping to fulfill the wishes of children that are in foster care. Many of these children have gone through childhood trauma that honestly would break adults. And honestly, the wishes that these kids are asking for, they're not asking for a lot. They're asking for some very simple things. And the $10 donation that you make that will get you into the drawing will actually fulfill some of the wishes of these kids. So please, we're currently at $850. Our goal for the day is $1,000. If we get $1,500, that's going to be better. So what more can you ask for? You get to donate to a great cause, but at the same time, too, you also get to listen to us talk and get geeky. So
the information will keep scrolling across the bottom of the screen. So we hope you'll take advantage of that.
Oh, definitely. Like I said, we're just waiting for Dwight Schultz to show up. Hopefully, he will be here very soon. In the meantime, we just want to remind everybody that unfortunately, we can't really talk about shows that these individuals have been on. Although Dwight was on two of my favorite shows. One, I say one was A+, and another one was very stellar. It was a very stellar voyage.
Let me ask this: since neither of us are SAG or AFTRA or Writers Guild, and we don't have anybody on the screen right now, are we allowed to talk about those shows by name? Because we're not scabbing, we're not striking. I mean, we're supporting it, but until Dwight shows up, can we say A-Team?
I would say until Dwight shows up, I'm going to say we're going to risk it because, like I said, I doubt very seriously anybody's going to hire me for SAG. So, but I will say, A-Team was one of those shows I grew up on. I watched it when I was in junior high school, and it was like regular Tuesday night viewing for me. Like I said, the combination of George Papard, Mr. T, Dirk Benedict, and Dwight was just amazing. And of course, Dwight stole the show. I mean, his character Murdoch was just the best. And then to see him on Next Generation playing Barkley was phenomenal. It's just like, oh my God, Murdoch can do such a great character. And that's what it really dawned on me. This guy is not only funny, he's a heck of a good actor.
And we're not going to call him Broccoli.
We're not going to Broccoli. No.
That's what the lower decks call him. We don't.
Although technically that was not
but he went from a captain to a lieutenant. What do you do? I mean,
although technically that was not his character's name, so maybe we can script that. I don't know.
Yeah.
I did want to mention. Unfortunately we can't talk about this, but I do want to mention this. I found it fascinating, and I highly recommend this film. There's a film he did with Sissy Spacek and Whoopi Goldberg called The Long Walk Home. And if people have never seen this, it's definitely a different side of Dwight. It's a very dramatic role, and it concerns the civil rights bus strikes. Basically, it was where the African Americans passengers refused to ride the buses until the rules were changed that would allow them to sit anywhere on the buses. And Dwight's character is... He's not an unsympathetic character. He's a product of his time that is slowly starting to evolve as an individual. And I always found it interesting that was the role that got him Next Generation, because him and Whoopi Goldberg became friends, and she recommended him to the producers of Next Generation. He said, "Hey, I've been working with Dwight Schultz. He's really good. He'd like to do a role. Can you find him something?" So I was like, awesome. That was really cool. I like that.
Yeah. And I'd like to ask him in some kind of underhanded way, when he got Next Gen, was that approached as a one and done, or did they talk to him about, we have thoughts of continuing this character throughout several episodes because he had several next gens, he had several Voyagers, he did one of the movies. You know, that character evolved.
Yeah.
So, you know, I'm curious as to whether, you know, it was just a one and done as far as the initial talks were concerned, or if they said, we have plans for this character.
I just got word from Christian that Dwight can't get in. His browser is blocking him.
Well,
but we're going to stand by. We're not going to say die. We're not going to say die. We're going to
never say that.
Yeah. We're gonna keep going until Dwight gets in, or until our next panel starts. So, yeah.
And this happened before. I mean, when you're dealing with the virtual world, when you're dealing with everybody's computer, everybody's ISPs, everybody's Wi-Fi, things like this are going to happen. But we're cool with it. We're cool.
Well, like I said,
something I wanted to talk to Dwight, and later on I get to talk to Joyce DeWitt and Priscilla Barnes from Three's Company, and all of us are in that same age group. I was born in 52. These other three were born, in and around that same era. So I consider us the same generation. Mm-hmm. Television in the 50s and 60s was very almost puritanical. You couldn't sleep in the same bed. You couldn't say the word pregnant. You couldn't show a belly button. Mm-hmm. Then the 70s came along and all the rules changed. And all three of these actors started acting on television in the 70s. I'm wondering if I grew up thinking, okay, these are the rules for television. Then suddenly you go into it and there's very few rules left anymore. Everything was either very relevant. Even comedies and dramas was all about relevance. It was the women's movement, the civil rights movement, Vietnam War, everything, MASH, All in the Family, everything had to be relevant. And on the other hand, sex was exploding on television. Suddenly you could talk about just about anything. So I'm wondering if they were prepared after growing up on television, if they were prepared for the change in Hollywood when they got there.
I always kind of figure it's a natural evolution that takes place. Because I think what was happening, like I said, I was born a little bit later, but I know just based on my own experiences that society changes, it evolves. There were taboo subjects that we didn't talk about when I was a teenager in my 20s that now is out in the open for to discuss. I think it's changing morals. I think it's changing views on opinions. I think it's just it's a natural evolution. I think television is more of a reflection of what changes in society. It's kind of twofold. It's kind of a chicken and egg thing. Was the changes in television what caused the change in society? Was the change in society changed television?
Right.
Star Trek. Looking at it, I think that was a great example. That was a great watershed moment in television that changed.
And it was very social in the mid 60s. I mean, it was socially relevant in 66 and throughout the run. And then Next Generation again, following that same rubric. That I agree.
Yeah. It's funny. I remember I had a panel I did at a convention. It was about maybe 10 years ago. And we had a young girl in the audience. She was like 19 years old. And she was talking about how she couldn't watch classic Trek because she found it so offensive that they put Nichelle Nichols as Captain Kirk's secretary. And we were all kind of wondering, going, what show are you watching? And then we started realizing that this is a kid who's grown up with shows where you've got white actors, black actors, Asian actors, Hispanic actors all mixed together. Mm-hmm. But in 66, that was mind-blowing.
Oh, yeah.
As I explained to her, I said, think about it this way. 1966, if you were to go aboard the actual Enterprise, the actual ship in the U.S. Navy, you would have been hard pressed to find a woman officer or a black officer.
Mm-hmm.
You had a black female officer who was technically fourth in command of the ship, who was chief of communications, which if you've ever been on board a naval ship, chief of communications is like the most vital role to have, because this is the person who's keeping in touch constantly with command. This is the person who's distilling orders. It was, I mean, you may look at it and say, oh, she's just a secretary, but no, this was a very vital role.
Oh, yeah.
For the time. The fact that you had George Takei there, the fact that you had Walter Koenig playing a Russian. And what's beautiful about it is that it's none of this, we've got this person over here and that person, and this person's over here representing that person. It's like, no, it's just, this is the crew. You come in and you accept it, and it's like, that's just the way it is. And that's the way it is with society now, I think. It's like, you don't stop and think about, well, that person doesn't look like me, or that person doesn't look like that person. It's like, no, it's just, that's individuals.
Yeah. And I have a memory of Uhura being given the con at least once or twice. So, you don't, that's not a secretary. She's in charge now. She's acting captain. So yeah, that's a strong point. Getting back to Dwight, getting back to A-Team for a second. Out of that cast, out of those four, Murdoch's character development and ability to stretch. I mean, obviously he was comedic, but then he had scenes where he could break your heart. And then he had scenes where he was playing characters in costume with dialects, and then he would sing. I mean, this, you if you looked at it on the page, Howling Mad Murdoch.
Yeah.
Probably a brief paragraph. He's a loose cannon, he's this, he's that. But then I would imagine as the writers and the directors got used to his personality, which writers do, they will start to bring a lot of actors' personalities into the parts once they get established. I'm just wondering did the writers say, can you do this? Or did they just write it and expect him to do it?
Well, it's funny. Have you ever heard the story about the actor who played Face in the pilot?
No.
I'm trying to remember his name. He's the same actor that ended up Tim Dunnigan, I think. He ended up playing Captain Power and Soldiers of the Future, and he did this reboot of Daniel Boone for Disney when they were trying to reboot in the late '80s. They were trying to do series that would air like once a week. Or once a month. It would be like you'd have Daniel Boone 1 month, you'd have a Nutty Professor, I think.
Like the movie of the week kind of thing.
Kind of, yeah. And what's funny is that Schultz was told during the pilot that he was going to be a one-off character, that Murdoch was only going to be in the pilot, and that was going to be it. And he said Dunnigan was very nice to him. He was like, I understand you were hoping this to be an expanded role, but how things go sometimes. Things change and it happens, and it wasn't like he was trying to like blow smoke up his pipe or anything. But he was like, I understand where you're coming from. I feel sorry for you. I'm just sorry that things didn't work out. He said as soon as I got back from filming, the rushes had been seen by the studio, and they were like, we like this Murdoch character. Make him a regular. The guy playing Face is too young to be a Vietnam vet. You need to replace him. And he said he was in the meeting where they were told the changes, and this guy's face was just like it dropped. And he said it was just one of those bonding moments where it's like, you were there for me when I was when I was down. I want to be here for you now. So it's a very wonderful moment. But it's kind of funny to think that Murdoch almost didn't end up on the show. Plus,
because he saved the show. I mean, he was what I tuned in to see. The sort of the McCoy Spock, the Doc Chester conflict between him and Mr. T's character.
Yeah.
I loved that because Mr. T or Murdoch, BA and Murdoch did not react to the other two the same way they reacted to each other. And that was just, I enjoyed that. I enjoyed that, the Bickersons kind of thing that was going on. I really, that's what drew me in. That's what pulled me into the show.
It did me too. I remember there's a wonderful scene where BA has been injured and he's blacked out, and Murdoch's talking to him, and the facade drops, and it's like you actually get to see Murdoch as he actually is. He's not playing crazy. He's not putting on the act.
Right.
And again, it's just one of those human moments where it's like, and you get a chance to see that it's like you can tell it's all an act. This is all Murdoch basically playing the system, and it's like, okay, this is going to be me for the first time. You get to see who I really am. And you get to see this concern. And plus, I always love that band of brothers vibe. It's like, okay, BA thinks he's nuts. Murdoch loves to press him. But when push comes to shove, you got these four guys that are got each other's backs. And I love that. I just thought it was really great.
And I mean, and the four characters, what they had gone through, what they had endured, made them brothers.
Yeah.
But BA and Murdoch were the only two who acted like brothers. They had that brother thing going on. Everybody else was, okay, he's in charge. He's the pretty guy. This guy, though, I don't know. This guy, I don't know.
What's funny is that I've seen videos of Dwight and Dirk Benedict at conventions together. And if you ever get a chance to see them at a con, they are hilarious. They play off each other very nicely. I remember I wanted to ask Dwight the story about Benedict, from what I understand, was a guest at a show, and Dwight was a last-minute replacement for a guest. In fact, I don't think they got a chance to. It was back in the days when you had to pass out flyers at conventions. You couldn't update on a website. And he got in line for questions. And Benedict's taking questions, he gets up to the mic and he's like, "Faceman, do you feel like we've been here before and doing this kind of stuff?" And it's just this wonderful moment where he's like, "Oh my God, it's Dwight." So and I understand they've been trying to get Mr. T to do conventions with him, but apparently he's not making personal appearances anymore.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, we all age.
Yeah.
And the few times that I have seen him doing commercials, he seems smaller.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's health issues involved, but he does, he could make a killing.
I think so.
Picking up work. I mean, even picking up jobbers on weekly television shows. I mean, he could show up just as a cameo, a guest, and blow the roof off the sucker. People would eat it up with a spoon. But I don't know what his health situation is, but I would love to see him again. I'd love to see him back working again, because he developed such he developed such a persona, and he seemed to get more comfortable being humorous.
Yeah.
He burst on in Rocky. He was, Clubber Lang. He was killer. I mean, he was just, literally a killer. Then he got A-Team, and I'm sure in the beginning he was kind of waffling around going, okay, was that too much? And do I need to do more? But he seemed to fall into it really easily. And then got the cartoon show, then started, working with kids. You're going, okay, this is a good guy. We like this guy. Let's support this guy.
That was
and
one
Dirk
of the
Benedict. I mean, and it's funny that, both Dirk and Dwight ended up with outer space shows.
Yeah.
We had, Battlestar Galactica, and then Next Gen and Voyager. That was, they've got to connect to each other that way, I'm sure.
I can imagine. Oh gosh. But that was another thing I liked about BA. I liked the fact that BA became the guy who was like, if there's a kid around, it's like if you got a kid around, if the kid needs help, it's like he's first one to step up. So it was always kind of great. I would love to talk to
when he wasn't being knocked out. we got to get him on a plane. We got to knock him out. I mean, television is bad for just how much head trauma can one person take. You look at Smallville. Lex and Lana got knocked out every week. How much head trauma can you suffer? before you just lose it all completely.
Well, plus too, whatever drugs were in his system, they knocked him out with too. So.
Oh yeah.
Well, I remember. I had some friends of mine that were like, "Why do you watch that show? It's just so ridiculous." And it's like, "Why do you watch science fiction?" It's like it's suspension of disbelief, you know.
Well, and A-Team, we talked about the changing landscape, the new age of television with the relevance and with but the A-Team harkened back to just the action adventure of the 60s. There was never controversy. There was never a lot of jiggle, TNA. There was, the relevance was Vietnam vets, and that was about as far as the relevance went. It was just fun action adventure that little kids could get into, grandpa could get into. It was just a fun show, which, and we need those. We need the fun shows.
Okay, I got an update. Apparently, Dwight's using Chrome, and I think they're trying to get him in. So hopefully soon. But no, I agree with you. That's what I loved about A-Team. Also, again, it's this great escapism television that, again, television can be an instrument. Oh, let's see. Do you both keep up with New Trek media as well as the classic shows? I am slowly catching up with Strange New Worlds. I love Lower Decks, and I do love Prodigy. I love both those shows.
I am a huge fan of Strange New Worlds. The third season of Picard was phenomenal. Just being able to see all those people working together again. And if you haven't watched it, I'm not going to give away the huge final reveal. But I mean, it was just so much fun watching how those characters had evolved from the next generation. Dr. Crusher was suddenly Linda Hamilton in Terminator. I mean, she was blowing people away. Worf becomes a monk. I mean, there's a whole lot of just the character development and the friendship, the almost father-son thing between Riker and Picard that had evolved over the years. That I really enjoyed Picard, and Lower Decks I love. Prodigy, I'm hoping it comes back. I'm hoping Janeway comes back in live action. Janeway is my second favorite captain because, and I remember reading this back in Star Trek magazine, whatever, back before the internet, back when all you had was tabloids and magazines.
Yeah, Starlog, right?
Yeah, and Starlog. Yeah. But there was, I remember reading that long about the third season of Voyager, the writer's Bible changed to say, write Janeway exactly the way you would write Kirk, just change the pronouns.
Yeah. And
you could see that Janeway stepped up. I mean, Janeway was a butt kicker in the Delta Quadrant. Yeah. She was a force to be contended with. There was the joke about, and I know I love Picard, but there was the joke about, here's the difference between Kirk and Picard. Kirk will say, drop that phaser or I fire. I will count to 3. 1, 2, 3. That was Kirk. Picard would be, I want you to drop that phaser or I'm going to shoot. I'm going to count to 3. 1, 2, 3. I mean it. I'm serious. 4, 5. I really will shoot you now. 6. The warrior diplomat with the emphasis on diplomat was more Picard. And, they started writing him. I think it was Captain's Holiday. Yeah. When he finally punched a Ferengi in the face, that they decided, okay, let's give Picard, let's give him a few rough edges. Let's show that he's not going to put up with anything anymore. Then standing up for Worf, standing up for Data, they started evolving more of a tough guy, but he was still he was the calming, the diplomat, the that type of captain. That's why I put Janeway under Kirk. Then I put Picard and in my list of captains.
I will say in regards to New Trek, I watched the first season of Picard. I loved the first episode. I thought the first episode was great. Second episode, it kind of became like a bait and switch. And as the show went on, I'm like, okay, I'm committed to it. I want to see it.
Right.
Then I got in the second season, and I'm like, I'd call it a dumpster fire, but I don't want to insult dumpster fires. And I'm just like, this is the worst thing you could have done with this character. I'm like, first of all, you stuck him with Nemesis as the last movie.
Yeah.
Then you got this really not so great follow-up. I was reluctant to watch season 3, and I had so many friends that said, you've got to see it. If you love Star Trek, you've got to see it.
Mm-hmm.
I binge watched it in like about a week or so. It was so amazing.
Yeah.
I'm like, this is what I want to see in a revival of a show.
Yeah, yeah. And I agree with you on season 1. I had issues with season 1. Great seeing Brent Spiner come back. Mm-hmm. So when season 2 was announced, I was going, I don't know. Oh, John Delancey's coming back as Q. We're going to have Q and Picard going at each other. Okay. And Riker's coming. Oh, and Troy's coming. Oh, well, okay. Let's give season 2 a shot. Mm-hmm. And again, I'm not going to give away the big reveal at the end of season 2 because some of you might be wanting to stream this too. But seeing that character come back, who stopped traveling for a while and came back. So then there was all the hype for season 3.
Yeah.
I mean, you're getting all the stuff, everybody's coming back and you're starting to see pictures from the set. You're starting to see what they look like now, what their costumes are, and you're going, okay, I'm hooked. I will be there. And my daughter, when a show like that comes on, and she did it with Picard, with season 3 of Picard, she doesn't like waiting week after week. So she will wait until the finale, find out where it's streaming, and then binge it in a row. Because she's a nurse practitioner and works night shift, works 6 days on, 6 days off. You never know as things, move around, because it's not 7 and 7, or else that would make sense. So it's, 6 and 6. So, you never know if you're going to be home to see that episode. So she likes to wait and binge everything the same way you did with that season.
I will admit, I love the fact, that's one thing I love about streaming. I remember being a kid and watching Next Generation when it came out. And I remember having to be there on Saturday night at 7 o'clock local time to catch the episode. And if you missed it, they ran it on Sunday. They'd run it next Sunday at like 6 p.m. And they'd run the previous week's episode. But if you missed them, you were out of luck. And now it's like, I love the fact that I could watch Picard season 3 at like 3 in the morning when I couldn't sleep.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
we started there. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, no, you're fine. You're fine.
No, but we started the binge thing with DVDs. When you could, go to your local department store and buy the box set of one season. Mm-hmm. That I think that's where this whole binging thing started, and then the streaming services came along, and you said, okay, I don't have to go to Walmart now. I can sit here and watch it right here. So I enjoy that. I enjoy binging shows, but there are some that there's Steve Martin Short, Selena Gomez.
Murders in the Building.
Only Murders in the Building.
Yeah.
I know I should wait until the season's over and binge it, but I have to watch it every week. It's just phenomenal television, and I look forward to the day when I can say, okay, it's on today. I can watch it.
Well, Picard, if I had known Picard season 3 was so good, I would have been watching it from the beginning. Mm-hmm. But the show, all the episodes aired by the time I finally sat down and watched it. I don't watch the first episode. I'm going to see if it's any good or not. Mm-hmm. And like I said, after that, I was like, okay, I'm hooked. I'm gonna finish this sucker till the end. But no, I there are some shows I will watch as they air. I always kid when when the new seasons of Mandalorian were coming out.
Oh,
I was
yeah,
that guy. I was there like 3:00 in the morning to watch the brand new episode.
right.
You've seen Mandalorian, right?
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah.
Uh,
My daughter still refers to him as Baby Yoda. She will not call him by his proper name. For a lot of people, I think he's still Baby Yoda.
Oh, he is. He is. He is Baby Yoda. Oh, just a shout out real fast. If anybody is interested, I got this yesterday. Mandalorian manga. Good read.
Wow.
Yes.
I was not even aware.
I didn't realize it too. I get these things from Viz Media about their upcoming releases. And I found this and I'm like, holy crap, there's a manga coming out and I got to get it. It's basically an adaptation of the entire series. Have you seen season 2 of Mandalorian?
Yes.
Oh, you've seen the finale. You know who shows up again, right?
Right.
Okay. I'm going to count to 5. And if anybody doesn't want spoilers, stop watching at that time. Okay. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I was watching the show at 4:00 in the morning when Luke showed up. I was like, oh, I thought, am I dreaming this thing?
Yeah.
I'm like, no, it's real. It's beautiful. It's gorgeous.
Oh.
And just like Picard season 3, I like the fact that we got a redemption for Luke the way we did for Jean-Luc Picard. And I understand Dwight Schultz is with us right now, so I'm going to bring him in. I'm going to stop talking. You guys have a great conversation.
Can you hear me?
I'm going to leave the stage.
Can I be heard?
Yes.
You can, sir.
You have no idea. Here I am. Science fiction, right? I gave every permission. I gave my life, my firstborn, everything away. Boy, it took me half an hour. I'm tech savvy.
Now you're not going to be able to take 10 or 15 minutes to answer my questions. I was really hoping for that because I was going to. First, let me introduce you to, ladies and gentlemen. I have met and talked to this man a couple of times at different conventions, and I will tell you, you will not find a kinder, more humble, better, more giving person ever to stand in line to meet. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Dwight Schultz.
Well, now that's too sweet. Too sweet. I don't know that I'm the kindest man you've ever met, but no. I do love fans. I do love the fans, and I certainly love Star Trek. Oh my heavens! One of those things in life. You're a little boy watching Flipper, then Star Trek comes on in color, and it's the first thing you see, and you never in your life thought you would actually be a part of that universe. Just it's astonishing. It's an astonishing situation.
And I understand that Whoopi Goldberg was instrumental in you getting the role on that show we're not allowed to mention.
Yes. No. She. I made a feature film called The Long Walk Home with Whoopi and Sissy Spacek, and I'm an Anglophile talking about it. She's an Anglophile, and I was talking about Star Trek and what a great. And I knew Brent Spiner and Jonathan Frakes, and I was talking about how Brent was so worried about it ruining his career, one of those things. And I was trying to tell Brent, no, it's going to be great. But anyway, I was just so thrilled to meet her and to talk about my friendship with them. And she said, well, you want to be on that show? And I said, no. But that's the way it does work in Hollywood. It's you don't want to believe it sometimes, but it's a good word put in for you. And when I got the script, as I said, I thought, and I told her, I said, I've always wanted to be in the makeup chair with Michael Westmore makeup with pulsating veins and that sort of thing. And instead I opened up the script and there was a nerd. And
let me ask you concerning the lieutenant.
Yeah.
When you were approached with that episode, did you anticipate that being just a one and done, or did they come to you with the idea of we're going to expand this character.
No.
We've got an arc in mind.
No, it was one and done. It was one and done. And it started off bad because I was think Cliff Bowles said, I think he's a little, and I'm not sure this is going to work. They thought he was a little light in the loafers, And I said, no. And of course we shot the tag first, which is everything is shot out of sequence. And I said, no, you have to understand, it's what's in his imagination that makes it, that's different from who he really is. And I said, he's a fan. Yeah. He's a guy who's very good, but doesn't have a lot of confidence. So he's not a typical member, Cliff, of the deck of the Star Trek Enterprise. It's just not. He's different. And then Gene Roddenberry, I did get to meet him, which was that was really quite something. But it all worked out. It all worked out well. And finally, when I did the other scenes from Hollow Pursuits and all of that, it all worked out.
Oh yeah.
People saw what was going on, and it was brilliantly written. And I said they put a fan on the deck of the Enterprise. That's it. That's what they did. They put a fan on the deck of the Enterprise, an interloper, somebody who was listening to all the secret conversations that were going on. And
much like the captain in the previous show we cannot mention, you seem to be attractive to expanding roles. Your character development as the captain and as the lieutenant, especially through the different incarnations, the character development, talking about you were able on your first series.
Yeah.
I'm sure the character description was pretty much loose cannon, crazy guy. But you were able to be, just so broadly funny, and then be heartbreakingly tender. You did characters, you did costumes, you did accents, you sang. That there's not a lot of roles in television that let you just blow up like that. Just
listen,
to explore everything about yourself.
Again, very, 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 very fortunate, and that wasn't the way when I auditioned for it. That wasn't what they had in mind. Literally, that was not what they had in mind. But I saw it that way, and I think it was on the page in the pilot. But for some reason, the powers that be had a different vision of the character, and in fact, I was fired from that from the first episode, from the pilot. I was fired. I was not going to come back. And when we left Mexico to come back to the United States, I was pretty depressed puppy. There was no tail wagging when I got home. But the testing of they were testing it as they were filming it, and the testing went very well. Now, Stephen Cannell and Frank Lupo, the producers, they loved what I was doing. It was the network that didn't like what I was doing. So there was a real tug of war, and I was fired, however, until the testing. And when I met Cannell afterwards, he said, "We knew you weren't going to be fired. We knew it, because we saw what was really going to go on, and they just had to see how the audience reacted to you." And so that was. And I just had I could do almost anything.
Oh, yeah.
When you're crazy, you're crazy. It's what's in your head. And if you're not crazy, it's all an act. Right. So it's showbiz,
But for a second and remind everybody, the reason we're here is to help raise funds for One Simple Wish, which helps foster kids, helps kids that are in the foster aspect community to help, because a lot of them just they're leading pitiful lives. And so,
Right.
so the information is scrolling, is going to continue to scroll across the bottom of the screen. Anything you can give, we're trying to get to 1,000 today. 1,500 would be great, and we are at like 880 right now. So anything that any of you want to contribute, that would be great. And also, those of you I'm seeing right now, Kristen Marie's question across the bottom of the screen. You can ask Mr. Schultz anything you want, as long as you realize we are abiding by the rules that the SAG-AFTRA writers strike is asking for us. So you don't, if you're going to phrase your question, try to leave the name of the show, the name of the character out of it. Be sneaky.
Yeah.
We're doing the whole Voldemort thing of the show that must not be named. You know, we're going with that for an awful lot. Speaking of character development, there was another show that cannot be named. I think it was there was a spaceship involved, and they were like stuck, I don't know, 75 years away, something like that. There was a doctor on that ship that you got a chance to work with. That was about the only other person whose character development just blew up off of the simple description in the opening pilot, I'm sure. Right.
He programmed, I mean, you have to remember that his personality was programmed, that individual, by Barclay.
Yep. Strangely enough.
It's very interesting, and I had not met him before. We got along famously. That was quite something. We had a lot of friends in common, and we talked a lot about New York City. It was that, and of course, it wasn't supposed to happen. None of that was supposed to happen.
Right.
No one from one thing was supposed to ever be in the other thing.
Right.
And
especially
here we were,
quadrants away. I mean, it was
that's right.
Impossible to happen.
Yeah. But
Barclay found a way. I mean,
yes, almost anything can happen in show business. I've discovered that. You never know what's going to happen.
I don't want to ignore any of the questions that are coming across, because
let me. Yes.
Can you tell any good Dirk Benedict stories, especially con stories? I know that the two of you have done an awful lot of conventions, several conventions together, and that you're a joy to watch together. So what can you tell us about that?
Dirk was, he's sort of like, if you know anything about, Martin Landau, for instance, Martin Landau, I got to work with Martin Landau in a I think it was New Line Cinema's first movie.
Wow.
And you've seen Martin Landau in all of these, Mission Impossible, and you saw him in North by Northwest. You've seen, and he's always a very serious guy. And he was just a ball of energy and a lot of ticks, and very funny to work with, and just a wonderful guy. I mean, you just had no idea what his personality was like. And that's the great thing about show business. You see somebody's playing something, and then you meet them, and they're totally different. Dirk was the same way. I saw Dirk on, Battlestar Galactica, right? And I saw him in a few other things and films, and I always saw him as but he was nothing but a ball of energy and to meet, and humor. I mean, it was just a massive amount of humor. He couldn't pass an antenna on an automobile and not flick it and move his head with it as it was backing. That is true. That actually happened. We were standing and he went, and this is the kind of person I love. That's why I loved him. I did. And he smoked a lot of cigars. I'm a non-smoker. So it was tough sometimes being in it, although I have no problem with people who smoke.
Right.
But it was tough. I understood why people, I can't go in that. And I said, well, that's all right. You have to. But Benedict is, and he's a writer. He has a writer mind. He's a musician. which is something I admire. And you've got to have a little mathematical capability to be a musician. I'm a mathematical idiot. Idiot. I'm a total jerk and an idiot. And I thought I was never going to amount to anything in life, but I forgot God gave me a brain. There are things other than, and this is for anybody out there, any kid, anybody out there, even though there's a lot of math in everything, there is life outside of math.
Right.
There is. I promise you that. You just have to make sure you look for it.
Right.
But and you can check your bank account. But I said, but Dirk was just always surprising, always surprising you, and he was great to work with because he was one of those actors that was always there for you off camera. Not everybody was there for you off camera. He was always there off camera, and he really is a Montana guy. I mean, he can do. This is one of the reasons I knew. We used to joke about this, but it really wasn't a joke. I knew I was never going to be a star because I couldn't ride a horse, and this is true. Listen, it's not. No, it's true. I see people get on a horse, and man, they're off and running, and the first time, and they're doing circles, and I get on a horse and say, "Giddy up," and nothing happens. I knew, I'll know my place. And I said that to Dirk. I said, "You're a star. I'm a character actor. All right. I know my place." And he loved that. He loved that, and he never let me forget it.
Something we were talking about while you were trying to get online.
Get on, yeah.
Was the four main characters in your first series,
right?
Everything they went through, everything they endured, made them brothers,
right?
Pretty much. But your character and Mr. T's character acted like brothers. You had that Spock McCoy, Doc Chester, Bickerson's thing going on. But an earlier question was, a lot of people are wondering if your character really was crazy. There was a scene where Mr. T's character got hurt and you got dramatic. Yeah. And it was like your character dropped the facade.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
This is no time for acting. I can save that. This is important. This is real. And that's when I was talking about the character development, the range that you were allowed and encouraged to show.
Yeah.
Was in a lot of series that go for a couple of years, the writers get used to the actors' personalities and start pulling their personalities into the character.
Mm-hmm.
Was that part of what was going on with you as your character expanded?
Well, first of all, we never had the same writers, except for that was one of the problems. All the writers became producers. The show was so successful in the first year. The writers all became producers, and Stephen and Frank were all busy creating other shows.
And you had a long list of directors as well.
Yes, wonderful directors. We really did. We had Michael O'Hurley, Rod Holcomb. There were O'Hurley was amazing. Irish guy who always had his drink at the end of the show. But to answer the question about whether or not he was crazy or not, it's like, he was never a real member of the A-Team. He was outside of the A-Team, even though he was a part of the A-Team. So and that's because he was pretending to be crazy. So he was. It was a pretense, but his character fit the pretense.
Right.
Chuck Tamboro, who was the helicopter pilot on the show, really crazy. I mean, that guy, he did all the stunt pilots. I mean, these guys are crazy. They really are to get up there and do these whirlybirds, which just drop out of the sky if something goes wrong. I mean, he was a Vietnam pilot, and he was nuts from the standpoint of what he did was dangerous, but he was highly competent and brilliant. And I always thought of Murdoch like that. And he was, excuse me, I shouldn't mention the name, but
it's too late now.
Yes, he was brilliant. He was a brilliant character, and but the it's a very funny thing if you mime a chicken, right, and it's very successful in the show, then the next episode they have you miming a dog, miming a horse, miming another actor, miming, that's the way it works. So you give and they take, and sometimes they give you back the wrong thing. Sometimes they give you back the right, the best thing. But it's a give and take learning situation. That's why you need to have a stable of writers who follow the show year after year. Now, that other show, it wasn't considered a successful series because it only went 4 years. It only went 4 years, so it wasn't considered in the world of entertainment a success. In fact, the New York Times said this won't last.
Oh.
Yeah, it won't last. This will be gone in 6 months. These things happen, and in the world of entertainment. And Stephen J. Cannell, he really had a different view of the way to be successful. He had many series as opposed to one.
Right.
His shows lasted a year, 2 years, 3 years, and then they disappeared. And all of the actors were fortunate enough to work with him because he was brilliant.
Right.
It was that sort of thing. You hoped that the show was going to go 5, but it never did. But I'm very grateful for it's the only time in my life I actually knew what I was doing next week. That is really true.
Right.
That was it.
And back then, people were selling the syndication packages where a series had to have, I think, 100 episodes.
That's what we had. That's what we had, exactly. We had exactly one. That's all they wanted. I was told that. I was told that. I won't tell you how I was told that. But someone told me that, and he said it with a big smile. And I said, I don't think that's funny. That's all you want? I want to go on. I want this to be, I want to go past 5. 5 was the big one. 5 is when you renegotiate your contract. And then when everybody tells you don't have to worry about money anymore, it's true. I wanted that. But I loved the show. I did. I loved every minute of it. It's that was it. I just loved it. I understood the first day I was on the show that there was going to be a last day. I didn't know when, but yeah. And I appreciate it every single day.
Well, I've still got questions, but Kristen has one. I remember seeing you on a motorcycle cop show, which cannot be named.
I remember that.
Like working with Eric and Larry.
Well, I didn't actually work with them except being arrested. That was one.
All been there.
Listen. It was shot in Indian Dunes. I live close to Indian Dunes now in California. Out in the Valencia area of California, but it was that was really in California. That was the first thing I did on television, and I made a lot of mistakes. That was one of these things where you audition. I don't audition very well. I auditioned very well for Chips. Oh, excuse me. Not supposed to say that. I'm an old man. I'm 75. I'm an old man.
I'm 71. I'm right there with you.
But at any rate, I really didn't understand the camera very well and didn't know where it was. So when I would be rehearsing, I would have my backside facing the camera, bent over. and the director would have to stop and say, "Do you see what the camera sees right now?" You need to be aware that that's the key ingredient right there. That lens, you have to, So it was a learning experience for me. But those guys were great. I mean, they were the little scene I had with them, they were great. But it was but the scene I auditioned with was completely thrown out.
Oh, yeah.
When I got there, it bore no resemblance to how I had gotten the part. So it was that's like so many other things in Hollywood. Yeah.
I hate that we're running out of time. I wanted to talk about your voiceover work I'm just going to say Marvel and DC. I know they've got their own studios, but all the voiceover work, your podcast, we didn't get a chance to talk about much of those. But the strike, I was wondering, do you have any personal views on the ongoing strike that you're comfortable sharing with us?
Well, I can say, and I'm not joking. I'm not joking about this. I would say to friends of mine 10, 12 years ago, in the future, you won't perform anything. You will walk in, they'll do a 360, when motion capture really first came in, I said, this is, you'll walk in, you'll do a 360, you'll say some things, and that'll be it for you. That's how, of course, that's, I mean, something like that.
Right. But with AI and computer generation.
Yes, I understand this. Listen, the world, it is moving in a very bad direction. Everything is. Everything. Mm-hmm. And from the whole term of psyop to a very few people controlling everything, to the transhumanists saying the joke about, I mean, we've had movies about it where you're not going to live very long. You're going to be uploaded into a computer and live forever. It's the Bible all over again. It's the Tower of Babel. It's man wanting to be God, and it's in everything. So I understand all of the reasons for this is a line, a bright line that has to be dealt with but although, what will happen, and I'm serious about this, what will happen, it may be the best thing that ever happened, because we'll go back to live performances everywhere. The whole entertainment industry is crashing, and it'll crash more, and we'll go back to live performances the way musicians have gone back to concerts, and money will be made elsewhere. Maybe not as much, but everything will crash, and like the phoenix will rise out of the ashes. But I see that as a possibility. It's a shame, but there are those who have said, very frankly, the industry is forever changed now. There are. I wish that everybody saw the dangers in this attempt to digitize everything. Right. AI is not what it's cracked up to be. It is not. It is dangerous, however, in every shape and form. It is very, very dangerous to think that it is what people are saying it is.
Yeah, I agree. And I don't know. Part of me is under the impression that the studios threw in the buying your image, buying your voice, buying your name.
Right.
The whole AI thing. I get the feeling that maybe they were pushing that so that they have something that they can concede when negotiations
of course
breaking down. That they're going, okay, we're never going to get this, but let's go ahead and demand it so that we can let it go when the time comes.
I agree.
That's it. Even though Bruce Willis has already signed, I mean, when he retired, he's throwing away his.
You can do that. We all know what happened in Blade Runner. When they can do it. They can take you and have you walk out and do it. They can do it. But just like all spandex, it rips at some point and it falls apart and you get tired of it. They're human beings are really unique.
Yeah.
And when everybody realizes that human beings are unique and that humanity is and that there's something else at play in consciousness rather than the physical, much will be worked out. But the entertainment business is now in the whole world is not what it should be.
Right.
We all know it. We all know there's something wrong.
Yeah.
They're trying to destroy. They're trying to destroy everything and then recreate it through.
Right.
And I don't want to get into the whole politics of it. But the entertainment business that we know that was Hollywood, that was New York City, it was in a world that was working. Now we're in a world that's not working, and everything else is a part of that. I feel sorry for,
I'm getting the messages going.
Yes,
you're 3 minutes over. You got to get out of here. We got somebody else coming in. I would love to talk to you even longer, but Dwight Schultz, everybody, thank you so much for joining us and sharing with us. We appreciate it. Please make notes about the number and the website to go on to make a donation to One Simple Wish. Thank you again, Dwight Schultz, for everything.
Thank you, and God bless you, really.
Wow. I'm so glad he was able to get here. I'm not sure who's coming up next right offhand. I know I'm going to be back in about an hour. So, Dan, what you got coming up?
I have got some wonderful folks that will be joining us in just a moment. I'm going to introduce them in just a second. I just want to say, I never thought I'd ever live to see the day I'd say, Dwight Schultz, you got to leave. I never thought I would see that.
And I'm going, oh man, I don't want to interrupt him, but we're already a couple of minutes over. And
well, I'm getting to notice that we've got to keep the train rolling. So, Doug, I'm going to say goodbye for the time being, and I'm going to bring our next guest on for our panel, which is Making It in Hollywood. Now, again, because of the writer's strikes, we are limited in what we can talk about. And out of respect for these folks, I am not going to be mentioning the shows they're on, but we are going to be talking about the careers. First of all, I'm going to introduce our first guest who joined us first initially. And welcome to the stage, Miss Andrea Grand.
Grano. Hi.
Andrea, it's a pleasure to see you.
You too.
Next up, we have. I'm getting some feedback. Okay. Are you getting me feedback?
From me?
Yeah. No. Hang on, I'm going to try headphones. Sometimes that helps. Okay. I wasn't getting it before. Okay, I think that's got it. Okay. Next up, we have Tricia. Hi, Tricia.
Hello.
And next we have Caliber.
What's up, guys?
Hi, how you doing, sir? First of all, thank you again for this weekend. Just a reminder to everybody who's watching, who's tuning in. This weekend we are supporting the Wish Foundation. It's a foundation that will help fulfill the wishes of children that are in foster care, and all of these have gone through Project Trauma. So these are kids that really could use a ray of light, and the money that you're going to be donating is going to be broadening that light for them. And the panel that we are having right now is Making It in Hollywood. And the first question I would like to ask, and I'm going to open this up to jump in, is what got you into acting? What made you want to get into the industry? Andrea, you want to go first?
We're all being shy. Hi. I feel fortunate and cursed that I knew from the time I was 5 that I was meant to do it. I just knew it. It was never a question. There was no mitigating circumstance. I just always knew I was going to do it.
Awesome. Tricia, how about yourself?
I also first when I was very young, I really got into drawing. And then from there, everything else just kind of followed. Get learned how to sing, get learned how to act, do little shows here and there. And it was kind of the beginning, and it's just never stopped.
Okay. Kevin, how about yourself?
I'm still and understand. I know, Andrea, you had a. Can you try muting your mic? Please. Did that do it? I don't hear it.
I think so.
No, I'm still hearing it. I don't know which one of us.
Huh.
Wait, sorry, I don't think I muted my mic. I think what I did was muted you. Let me try.
All right, now you're muted, and I do not hear an echo. Anybody else hearing the echo anymore?
Let me try it real fast. I'm not hearing an echo, so I'm good. Tricia, how about yourself?
Yeah, I don't hear anything.
Okay.
All right, not to say that you were the problem child there, Andrea, but
you're kind of saying it.
Yeah, there's like a weird delay on yours. I don't know if you want to leave and then try and come back in, because I think that the timing's off. So I think that it's like anything. I think it started over, turn it off and turn it back on, and maybe that'll work. I don't know if you would have to leave and then re-enter, but the timing's definitely off. There's definitely a glitch.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I leave and come back? Or am I saying
sure.
goodbye?
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Try.
Actually, let me take if that'll work. Let me try this first. Okay.
Still echoey?
No, you're fine now. Awesome.
Kevin says no.
I think. Do you have headphones?
You want me to try it? I do, but they look like telemarketer. I look like I'm running like Make-A-Wish, but I'm gonna here. Let me try.
Perfect. Right on there.
Well, I'll tell you what. A pit course.
Just for you guys. Is that better? Wait.
I don't think we're getting feedback.
No,
I'm getting feedback now. Yeah.
I'm getting feedback.
All right, I'm gonna go and come back.
Okay.
Sorry, Andrea. Sorry
about that. We'll bring you back in as soon as you get logged in.
All right. Well, now that it did sound kind of cool though. Whenever you introduced us, it sounded like it was a stadium. Like, hello, come into the stage. It was this big. You have a good boisterous voice for that, Dan. So it gave us a cool intro, I guess. But yeah, so. Same thing. I always wanted to do it as a little kid. I would watch TV and movies, and growing up in the 80s, I just wanted to be one of my favorite action movie stars. You see types of things that I have in my decor, and this is just the life that I always wanted to live, and performance was just a fun part of that. I love to make people just
and we're still getting feedback. From Andrea.
I don't get it.
Sorry.
Is it my?
Sorry.
Can you lower the volume?
Is that better?
Yes. Awesome.
Tricia's like, no.
Okay.
It's harder.
On the echo. So. If everybody's watching us on YouTube later, this is why you want to watch the live stream, because you get stuff like this. See what you miss. Andrew, we're not making fun of you. I promise.
You should make fun of me. I was thrilled I got on this thing. Now I'm creating problems. Why don't I just mute myself while you guys talk? And when I talk, when I'm talking, can you hear me clearly or no?
Oh yeah. When we can do.
So I'll mute myself until I have something very important to say.
Awesome. Well, first of all, I want to say thank you. Like I said, I'm not going to make fun of you because, like I said, you're here for us this weekend, and we appreciate that so very much. Thank you, guys. Again, also, you guys are just incredible. You're amazing for coming, and we appreciate that. And I'm looking forward to getting a chance to talk to you more. Like I said, we talked a little bit about what got you wanting to get in the industry. I am kind of curious, what were some of the inspirations? Who were some of the people that you looked up to? Was there a particular character or a particular role that you saw that you said, that's the person I want to become? That's the person I want to be like? Tricia, how about you?
Yeah, totally. Barney.
Barney?
Yes.
Barney Fife or Barney the dinosaur?
Yes, everything. The dinosaur, the children, Baby Bob.
Okay.
I remember vividly being a child and watching PBS and watching the ballet specials and wanting to be a prima ballerina, and then the world telling me I was too short to ever be a professional dancer. But hey, times have changed, and if I had that dream now. But anyway, and then I used to watch Barney, and I just remember telling my parents, like, how do I do that? And I don't think I necessarily meant how do I become a child actor, but I think I meant how do I go to that playground and pull out the stuff from the Barney bag and do arts and crafts and sing and dance and hang out with giant dinosaurs. But that led to taking dance classes and then learning how to sing and just doing regional theater.
Awesome. Kevin, how about yourself? Who were your inspirations?
For me, it was like I said earlier, it was growing up in the 80s. I was just such a big action movie guy, and I was the middle child of 5, and we had one TV in the house. So chances are I didn't get to watch much children's program. We watched what our dad wanted to watch because he was the man of the house, and he wanted to watch grown-up action movies. So it was, I wanted to be in Die Hard. I wanted to be in, Terminator. I wanted to be in these things. And it was something that growing up in Missouri, it really felt like such a grandiose idea that wasn't possible. And then just as I got older, I started to realize that these things are possible. It's just taking the risk and taking the chance and going in and just going in 2 feet in. And it was, I know we're not supposed to talk about certain projects and the big studio, names, but to be allowed to be part of huge franchises and literally stepping on set and seeing it come alive, and then they rebooted a franchise that I grew up watching as a kid. And then I remember being on set and actually being a part of it. It's just that kid in you like gets to come out, and we could be grown up and as mature and as adults as we want. But the moment that you get to be a big kid and actually be able to be part of it is just beyond any feeling that you could really like put out there. And then to just still have that excitement, because I've worked other careers in my, working towards it. I try to have the more of the normal jobs. There just isn't that excitement that is there to, creating and being in film and television.
Awesome. Andrea, how about yourself?
Back with my echo. Hi.
You're fine.
Growing up, same as Kevin, my father would take us to probably 3 movies a weekend. And it was just, and what Tricia said, I just wanted to be part of that world. I was also maybe a little obsessed with Christy McNichol, who you guys might be too young to know, but I was obsessed with her. I wanted to be her. I wanted to be Joe from Facts of Life. But mostly it was film. For me, it was film. I always wanted to just be in that world.
I was going to say also, if at any time, if any of you say anything that one of you wants to respond to, don't wait for me to ask questions. I want this to be a free forum for all you folks and everything. Andrea, I was going to say also, I do remember Christy McNichol, and I remember Facts of Life too. So I'm there with you. Kevin, you brought up an interesting question, or an interesting fact I wanted to point on. You were talking about other jobs. Were there any other professions that you worked while you were waiting to make it big in the industry? Were there any jobs that you had that you would rather forget or were memorable, or anything that maybe you brought to a role?
Well, it's kind of funny. For me, I was in the Marine Corps, and then fresh out of the Marine Corps, whenever I went to college, I was just kind of doing the odd job type thing, whether it was construction, and I was a moving man for a bit. And then I ended up settling into civil engineering for a few years, and I thought, it's my adult big boy job. And I just was quickly realized that I wanted to entertain. So I was still doing the civil engineering whenever I booked my first pilot, and then it was such a good feeling to like be able to walk away from the job. And then it was the ups and downs that go with the Hollywood of just the schedule. And I found myself in a classic LA type stuff. I found myself bartending. I found myself doing some of these other things. And there was moments whenever it was interesting. It felt good to be recognized, but also like being recognized like while I'm bartending or while I'm doing event staff and, cater waiter, which are the typical, LA jobs that you could just go do at any time. And it's, some definite ones that I wanted to forget. I remember I was starting on 2 shows at the same time. And there was a crossover where I went to Atlanta I was shooting one show in Atlanta and I was shooting another show in LA, and I was going back and forth. And there was one day in the middle of that, and somebody asked me, they're like, "Hey, we need a last minute replacement. Can you help out?" And I had the day off. I was like, "Yeah, sure, I'll come in." And I remember being so humbled because I'm like taking out the trash, and I get my call time for set on this big Hollywood set the next day. And I get my call time and it's like 5:30 a.m., but it's like 10:30 at night and I'm still taking out trash. And I'm like, I need to leave. Like I'm taking out the trash, and like in 8 hours, I'm going to be in hair and makeup and be told that I'm my opportunity to shine. It's just one of those ones where, it's stay humble all along the way, of course, because you still have to survive. LA is a very expensive town to live in. So, and just, you don't know what's going to come and go. And I even remember saying at the time, I was like, I'm a contract player. I got 2 contracts run at the same time. But I said, I'm going to be really glad in like 6 or 8 months from now that I did this job and I made this, $110 or whatever, because the bills keep coming due. So it's about setting yourself up and not letting the ego get in the way. But at the same time, it definitely humbles you and keeps you down, because you can be on top one moment and then just right back down. So it's all about just riding the waves and the highs and the lows.
Well, the thing is, I think it was Colin Clyde from the actor from Frankenstein that said that first you have to feed the man, then you feed the artist. So I understand. Andrea, how about yourself? What jobs did you have before you got into to entertainment?
Oh, Lord. Hamburger Hamlet, when there was still Hamburger Hamlet. I waitressed. Of course I waitressed. I worked at CBS. And then when I came out here and I was working at Hamburger Hamlet because I thought, fine dining wasn't for me, I booked a little independent film and quit waitressing because, of course, that meant I made it. And then had to, of course, come back to work. So I tutored the SAT for a number of years. Yes, because I was a terrible waitress. I'm not going to lie. And I was a very good tutor, though. I was a star tutor. So that's what I did to supplement as I was trying to make a living.
Tricia, how about
Tricia, how has theme park work prepared? It looks like Kristen already knows some of my past. Well, theme park work, I think, has been the main thing that really prepared me for everything that I've been doing, as well as bartending and serving and all the things that we've all done, working at a gym at 4 a.m., getting understanding how to wake up early for all those crazy early morning calls. But theme parks, I used to dance in parades. I'm not sure what I'm allowed to say. So I'll just say that I used to work at pretty much every theme park in Southern California, except for the one with the waving banners, the several waving banners. But every other one, the ones with the rodents, the giant rodents, the globe. And when I did parades, I was covering multiple roles. I was what you call a small standby because I'm rodent height. So that means that I did all of those things, as well as like the elves and the fairies. And you'd go in and you'd never know what you were going to cover. You'd go with your bag of shoes and walk over to the parade route and see who shows up and who doesn't. And just not knowing what you're going to jump into at any moment definitely prepared me for the industry, and working in all the elements, whether it be raining or sometimes, we've got fire season now in LA. And, don't get caught in a train track. It definitely prepares you for working on set. And I did a lot of immersive theater too. And even in the theme parks, where so much of it is just improv, And that helps a lot with all kinds of auditions, commercials, or just when you're in a scene, if you feel like throwing something in, if people are okay with that, getting to bounce off of your coworkers and your directors and everyone. And theme parks are definitely a great training ground for working in Hollywood or Atlanta or wherever you are. Uh-oh, I can't hear you, Dan. Oh no, now it looks like you're muted.
Is it bad that part of me feels grateful that Dan too is having sound issues?
We're just about to say,
I was like, it's not just me. You're still muted, Dan. We're seeing the mute.
I'll just ask questions now.
Yeah,
right. Hey, Tricia, take over, girl.
What is your favorite
attraction?
Well, speaking of, am I unmuted? Speaking of the strike,
Oh.
I mean, do the theme parks count as things we can't talk about? Probably not, right? They're not. They're separate. From,
Did you see
that the W was
Universal?
Universal?
did I see that they're protesting there? Is that what
WGA. Universal.
You know, we have written all of these shows that are now being produced into mazes.
Yeah.
So it's tricky too, though. I mean, I have friends who are in the shows at Universal right now, and you want to support them too. You know, we're all working artists, starving now, and you want to make sure that they're getting paid as well. But it's tricky.
Yeah, the transition of, like you said, some of the Hollywood Horror Nights things that cannot be going down because, they are written by certain writers because the crossover is there. You know, it's where it gets really confusing with a lot of it of what you can do, what you can't do. I work in independent film a lot too. I'm an independent producer, and this is one of my this is one of my films right there, and it came out a few months ago, and I've been promoting it ever since. It's 16 bits. It's available on Tubi and anywhere else, and it was kind of a thing where people were giving me crap. I was like, look, this is my own film. I'm a producer. I'm an actor. We have nothing to do with the studio circuit, and it's really hard. So with someone that we're trying to do now, trying to build towards it, because there's going to be a content shortage at the beginning of next year, because obviously we're going to have a little bit of the carryover from the films that they're not putting out now, that they are delaying so that people can't promote it. But still, I mean, we're really going to be feeling it here in the next couple of weeks whenever the new fall lineup, whenever nothing new is on. And obviously there's a back catalog on some issues, but there's not going to be enough that whatever it's going to end up being, if it's off of 2008, whenever it was the birth of unscripted and reality TV, whenever it really just took over, whatever that case may be, we're really going to see it. And for just a lover of good storytelling, I mean, I love narratives, and that's pretty much what I watch. I watch the occasional competition show, but I don't watch any of the real unscripted shows. And it's just, there's going to be a major lull there, and who knows how long that the strike will last. And there's only so much that could be done along it. And one good thing is that we are living in the golden age of television. And the gentleman that came on before us, he wasn't on high as where the entertainment industry is, because I love where it is right now. I think that minus the mid-level feature films, theatrical runs not really being there, I feel like the high-end movies are super high-end, and whether you like them or not, they're still very, very, very good. And it's the theatrical experience. I love going to the movie theaters, and but with I think we're up to something ridiculous. I forget how many hundreds of shows are on at all times. And it's so splintered that you can't watch everything. So it's finally, now that new things aren't continuing to come out, like, because I make a list where somebody hard recommends something, I put it on my list, and I'm like, eventually I'll get to it. And there's a show that I'm watching now that I guess I won't mention because it's definitely a big thing. But there's just seasons of television out there and big back catalogs that we can go back and watch and celebrate, where that was kind of the thing with the pandemic, where I was like, oh, you mean I could actually watch these shows? And I was watching a movie every single night. We were watching
guilt-free.
yeah, and it's just, and it was fun. It was because there's more out there. There's more good quality programming out there than ever before, and there's literally not enough hours in the day. I think it was whenever one of the streamers came out, they were like, you could watch that streamer for 24 hours a day for the next like 87 years, and you'll still never get through all the content on.
Oh my gosh.
So it's you know, it's pretty amazing time that we live in right now.
Guys, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Awesome. I don't know what happened. I was trying to get the comment screen to come up, and I don't know if I hit something or what, but I apologize about that. You guys are awesome because, like I said, I left you rudderless there, and you jumped right in, and thank you. That's why you guys are
It's that theme park training. Anything can happen.
Well, I was going to say that Tricia, you did bring up something I wanted to ask about. You mentioned improv. I wanted to ask, if you guys are going in for an audition, what can you look at a producer or a director and say, you know what? I got something I can bring to the table that no one else out there is going to bring. What talent can you bring to the table? You say, hire me because I can bring this to the table. None of these other people have it. Andrea, how about yourself?
You know, I think this is probably the hardest lesson for young actors to learn. When you audition, you're reading this thing and you have an image of what you think they want, and you go in and give them what you think they want. And really what differentiates you is your humanity, what your experience brings to it, how you connect to it. I learned this actually from casting a movie that we had written and produced, and watching people come in. It was such a huge lesson. It wasn't the person who was the most memorized. It wasn't the person who gave us exactly what we thought we wanted. Actually, like, one of the people we cast was still reading off the script and was scratching his head and finding his way into the role. But the essence of him was so the role that all that shit, pardon moi, didn't matter. So it's about learning, like, what your special sauce is your history, your connection, what feeds you, what fuels you, what connects you. And if you're right for the role, you're right for the role. And if you're not, unless you like, I had a friend who went in to play a female who went in to play the male bully at school, and she booked it. She was the only female who auditioned. That can happen. You can shock their socks off and like, oh, we thought we were going to go blonde and we went with you. But if it's not personal, then it's going to be general, and a lot of people are going to give general.
I was going to say, don't worry about cursing. I already dropped an F-bomb earlier. I said fiddlesticks.
Fuck yeah. Oh, damn it. You tricked me. You tricked me, Dan.
On our rating now.
Tricia, how about yourself? What talent do you bring to the table and no one else can bring for a role?
I can fit into tiny boxes. Not gonna lie.
Much better answer. I'm so sad.
No. I had to say something else because you gave the answer. That is the answer. It's just you. You bring you. That's something no one else can bring. It's, you know, when I walk into a room, I bring, I don't know, like teddy bears with little knives. When other people walk into the room, they bring like sexy bodybuilder. Like, you know, it's just different, and you just bring whoever you are. But also, yeah, being rat-sized means that I can fit into small places, and that was one of my jobs before booking a show. I was like, "Are you asking if I can fit into that tiny little box?" They're like, no, we know you're gonna fit. We just want to make sure that you're comfortable with it. Like, comfortable. But magician's assistant, you know, tiny places. But yeah, everyone's got something, even if you don't know what it is yet.
So producers are like, we want an actress that's outside the box. It's like, but she fits in the box so perfectly. And it's like,
see, and now we're going to cast in the box.
Okay, I'm going to have to come back to the question. I'm going to have to ask about the magician's assistant. Is that one of the jobs you had, or?
Sure was. I don't know if you've heard of the Madcap Motel. It was an immersive, interactive. Kevin. Okay, did you go, Kevin?
I did not, but I know people that I'm sure we know some of the same people there.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Well, yeah, it was really fun, and it was semi-scripted. There were moments where it was completely improvised, and then there were some scenes to bookend the experience. It's kind of like a selfie museum, but also theatrical. And one of my jobs was to disappear. Crawl into a tiny box and disappear.
Yeah,
Kevin, how
I
about
can
yourself? What
definitely
talent
not
do you
do that. So yeah, that's definitely a skill that you bring to the table.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Kevin, how about yourself? What talent do you bring to the table?
For me, much like with what they say, you bring yourself, and the most important thing whenever you're working in a project, whether it's for short term or the long term, that you want to get along with people and you want to be a good hang. Because I've been a producer as well, and I would take an adequate performer, whether it's in front of or behind the camera, somebody that just does their job that's good, over somebody that's going to be a pain in the butt, but they're really good at their job. I would, and we've all been there where we're like, oh, we love that sound guy or that character, that actor. I would put them in anything because I know I could trust them. They're reliable. It's amazing what just showing up on time, being professional. And that's honestly one of the hard things we've lost because there's not very many in-person auditions anymore. Everything's on tape because we all said it. We all use the term whenever you walk into the room, because you have that minute before the casting director presses play or working with that director whenever they're redirecting you, where just getting a script and putting it on a self-tape and then sending it, they're not seeing the real you. They're seeing the performer version of you. And if somebody walks right into the room and they're weird or difficult and you're like, this is not going to be a good time, like I would take somebody that's cool and fun. And there's this really annoying word that we have to do is networking. It's like so much what we do is networking. You do a good job with this person, they're going to refer you to somebody else, or they're going to call you back 3 years later. I mean, I just booked another movie from somebody that I met 6 years ago, and we've never worked together. We just always kind of cross paths, and now he has a role, and he's like, "Oh, I thought of you," and it's 6 years later, and it's because you would rather work with people that you already know are cool, and then of course. You cast who you have to cast for, to actually do open casting sessions. But even then, if you could be in the room with somebody like, they're weird. Did they give you good weird vibes? Like, yeah, I don't want that on set. So it's just being somebody that's fun and approachable. And you're like, oh, I like this person. Like, this is somebody I could riff with. Or, if you're going to be spending a month with somebody, you want to make sure that it's somebody that you genuinely want to spend time with. And those connections, because every movie is like a family. And at the end of it, it's, sometimes there's hugs and you actually get really emotional. And then 6 months or a year later, you do a premiere or a watch party or something, and you get to see them again. That excitement's there. And then you get other people like, oh yeah, I don't even I blocked them out. Like hopefully I'll never work with them again. So really you are just bringing yourself and bringing an energy that whatever it is, your essence that you bring.
Gotcha. Cast members become like family. It's like, yeah, he's like my brother. The brother I don't talk to, the brother I don't want to see at Christmas. Yeah, I get you. The next question I'm going to ask, this may be a little personal. And if you decide you don't want to answer it, I'll understand completely. Working in a creative field, there's always that moment of doubt I think every performer has, be it a writer, director, actor, where they stop and they think to themselves, what am I doing? Am I going to make it? Am I fooling myself? I want to know, what was your moment when you said, you know what, inner voice, shut up, I'm going to move forward. I'm going to make it. I'm not going to doubt myself. Kevin, how about yourself? When was that moment for you?
Man, that's tough because there's almost always a little bit of an excitement and nervousness and doubt. And it's just, and like you said, that you almost with what Andrea was saying, that you want to give the person what you think that they want. And you put so much effort into it, but sometimes it's just, you just need to let that go and just let loose, or just try something different. And for me, I'm like, what is like a macho guy? I was a, good old boy from Missouri that's a Marine, and, and then it's like, then they tell me that they want me to, all of a sudden this role calls for me to tap into something different. And it very much is like a breakthrough. And we practice that, whether it's in acting classes or something. Like, now I have to get emotional. It's like, well, I don't get emotional. I'm tough. And it's just, to be vulnerable is is a very, very hard thing to do if you're not used to doing that. And to be able to tap into these emotions and go to these places, it's like, even to go the other way, if it's like, oh, I'm supposed to be mean or racist or something, and I was like, ooh, but I don't like that. I don't want to be seen as that. And to kind of have to let that go sometimes, because you have to let your ego go sometimes and just kind of go into it. So nothing that 100% comes to mind, but it's like something that I face a little bit almost every single role or every single I did a movie last year where I had to like hit a woman. I'm like, oh God, like, is this how I want to be seen? And you know, it's a weird thing, you know, it's like, can I just make somebody laugh? Can I be a good guy? And it's like, and it's tough because playing a bad guy is so much fun. Like being a good guy is like kind of boring. It's a little dull. It's a little, you know, so it's like, it's almost more fun to be the bad guy because that's not who you are. And as performers, that's what we want to do, is it's like, I'm not playing, you know, I don't want to play me in a movie. I want to play this weird out there character. And we all have these dream roles that we want to do. And very few opportunities do we get to actually play them and embody them. Like, you know, Tricia, she's playing a rodent or whatever. It's like, I'm sure that's hilarious. Like, you know, even if you're a masked character, you're still like, your posture changes. And now you're like, to sneak up on somebody or to get a child to laugh is like way more rewarding than, you know, like almost anything else. And it's a very rewarding thing with what we do. You just gotta put yourself out there.
Tricia, how about yourself?
You know, that's an interesting question. When you first asked it, I was like, I don't know that I've ever really had that moment where I've been like, yeah, I got it. I mean, as an actor, I feel like we all have these setbacks all the time. I mean, it's a roller coaster, and we have the most extreme highs and the most extreme lows. And even after feeling like, hey, I did it, I got it, I booked the thing, I did it, I'm doing the thing. And people told me, you know, you get the two extremes. Wow, you're going to be a star, you know, you're going to book all these other things. And then the other people are like, hey, you better not spend any money because you just never know what's going to happen. And tomorrow you might be broke again. I'm like, wait, what? Wait, huh? Just don't change your lifestyle. And that's a huge piece of advice that I would give to anybody out there. Even if you think that you've done it, is don't change your lifestyle, because anything can literally be just pulled out from under you. So I feel like it's kind of a constant trying to be your biggest cheerleader, because you are the person who you're going home with every night and who you're waking up with every day. And if you don't have that internally, you're not going to keep going. And it's tough. I mean, I've always had like 3 jobs because I never knew what was going to close or what was going to happen. And it's always nice to have something else to fall back on. But it's tough. I think that it's like, for me, it's really important to have a strong support system of friends, family, actors or non-actors who know you and get you for who you are, and always having them to talk to when you're starting to feel that pull into the dark abyss where you're like, maybe I don't want to do this anymore. Maybe I should just, I don't know. Is it too late to become a doctor or a lawyer? Probably. Will I be miserable? Probably. Like, stop. Just stop. We're on strike right now. It's going to be okay. Just use this for whatever you need. Learn to play guitar, learn to roller skate, or, you know, clean your house, digitize your sheet music, spend time with your family, or start bartending again. I don't know. But I think that I think the support system is the biggest thing for me, is always having that, because you're always going to have that internal struggle, or at least I will, I think, as an actor. I'd love to not, but I don't know anyone who is always super optimistic, or maybe they are, but it feels a little delusional to me, unless you're like a huge A-lister. But even I feel like they probably feel that way sometimes.
Yeah. I was gonna say we gotta stop the crazy talk about cleaning houses, because I'm not like, I can't do that. Everything else I agree 100%, but cleaning up, no. Andrea, how about yourself?
I think I want Tricia as my roommate. I feel like I'd have a very clean house, and I like a clean house. Seriously, I think it's what Tricia said is true. It's a constant struggle, and all right. just because we're amongst friends. I don't think anybody got into this business to be a just getting by actor who can pay their rent because they got just enough gigs in the year. But sometimes that's what you end up with. And maybe you fill your soul by doing a play, or you do an indie film that's a role you wouldn't get to do in an A-list way. And for me, if I'm doing a play, every opening night, I'm like, what am I doing? I'm the worst actor that's ever lived. Why did I think I could do this? I need an understudy. I want to die. If I approach a role, I'm like, oh, what the hell did they? For me, there's always doubt, and maybe that's the fuel that feeds me. I hope not, because it's a very uncomfortable fuel. But I'm at the age now where I couldn't be a cop if I wanted to be. I'm too old. So like, there's things like I can't even do if I wanted to. All my fantasy, I've played a cop so many times on TV. I'm like, maybe I'll be a real cop someday. So I just had to accept that I'm a lifer, and that maybe I never get that one film or that one TV show that makes me a household name. Maybe I slog the rest of my life, and then maybe it's highs and lows the rest of my life. But I do think what Tricia said is so true. Even Tom Hanks said it, that it's the in-between. No matter how famous you are, that's hard. So I don't think I doubt many people have an aha moment like, I've made it, I'm good, dust it off, I don't have to worry. I think to be an actor, a lifetime actor, that is the challenge, the constant challenge for me.
Awesome. I've got the comments button working now, and we had a couple of questions came up. Christian wanted to know, I think Andrea may be able to mention an indie film we did.
My indie film? Oh, we did. Well, yes, one of my first films in New York was directed by Jonathan Betzler. It was called Homecoming, and I ended up being a de facto sort of producer on it because like we lost a set. It was a nice hit the ground running, learning how to produce. And then about 7 years ago, I wrote and produced a film called BFFs, which did remarkably well on the film festival circuit, but I knew nothing about distribution. So that was a hard punch in my face about, if you build it, they will come. If it makes them laugh, it will sell. Yeah, if you know how to sell, if you know what to do. So everything's a challenge. But yeah, there's indie films that I think we've all probably done. When people talk about supporting us during the strike, well, Kevin said they're streaming, they're available, it'd be awesome. It's usually not everyone's first choice when there's huge films out, but it's a great opportunity right now to start like plugging in and watching these gems. There's some amazing little indie films that I'm so proud of BFFs. I love it. I think it's hilarious still to this day. It's tiny. It was made for nothing. And I think that's one thing I could say. I'm proud of that film. And that's nice in your career to be able to say, oh, we created something that will, even if 5 people saw it, at least it's something you're proud of. So, yeah.
And Christian also asked what fans can do to support you folks during the strike. Andrea kind of addressed that a little bit. Tricia, what about yourself? What do you think the fans can do to support you at this time?
I'm not really sure what I'm allowed to say about this question. I have an answer that would really help us, but I don't know how to say that without promoting struck work. So, listen to music. If you liked a particular musical show, go ahead and listen to that on Spotify or Apple. Watch things, buy things, buy things that are no longer streaming because platforms have taken them down. I don't know what I can say.
Well, I was going to say, I did want to say that regardless of what you like, this is a good opportunity. As Kevin pointed out, there's going to be a drought coming up very soon. This is an opportunity to go out there and try some new things. And if you like it, those numbers drive up and the studios see that and they start realizing, hey, we've got a hit. We need to start making more content. And hey, they really like this person or they really like that person that was in the show. Let's hire him for something else. Or maybe bring him back a second season. Who knows? Kevin, how about yourself?
Muted, Kevin. You're muted.
Who muted him?
It was me.
All right.
Hey.
All right, now we're all now everybody but Tricia has made the flub. So way to go, Tricia! Still with the perfect score. So no, for me, I am an indie producer as well. I've been doing that for years. So I do work within the studio system every opportunity that I've gotten, but as well as the indie. My production company is 50 Caliber Productions. We're not affiliated with the AMPTP, and so I do have a couple films out. So for me personally, is watch my films. 16 Bits and Craving are both out there. I have a series, Job Guys, that's out there. But for a bigger, broader in general, for all artists, I think it's just support them in any way that you can. We're all trying to do these things where we're trying to come up with other creative content just on our own. And I understand that it's not always the best because we cannot compete with the big dogs. I mean, yes, we have good cameras, and we have a good camera right here that we carry around. And I produce a lot of content with my phone. And so if anybody who follows me on social media, I am monetized on certain channels, and it is something that I didn't think that I wanted to do. But since the strike has happened, I have taken advantage of more of that because we're performers, we're storytellers. And if I have a visual gag or a joke, or, I've tried doing drama and comedy in the short form. And one of the good things about all the platforms being out there, like we all have the opportunity with YouTube, and I use Facebook quite a bit. I have several Facebook channels that I put things out on. Some are me just pranking my girlfriend, and it's and like I said, some of these are monetized channels. But even if it's not monetized, just by people watching and engaging and commenting and sharing, that really makes it seem like it's worth it. Because whenever I first started producing, I remember spending 6 months to a year to do an 8-minute short film, and I'm paying out of pocket, and then I finally get into a festival, and then I go to a festival, and then we're watching it with 4 other people because nobody went to the festival, and now I have it, and then I put it up on YouTube, and then after 2 years I have 200 views. I'm like, was it worth it for me to spend that much time and effort? Whereas every one of us would say, yes, it's worth it because we're learning, we're growing. So it's just like every single actor out there has short films that they've posted about that you all haven't watched. I'm guilty of it. People post things all the time, and sometimes you watch it, sometimes you don't. So to actually support local or to support artists, whether it's like I say, a share goes a long way. So if you know somebody who's selling paintings, or an actor who has a YouTube channel, it's like just by sharing that, it really does go a long way. Because not only is it a possibility to be monetized, because I wasn't monetized forever, and everything that I did, I never made a dime, and I'm spending all this time learning how to edit and do all these things. But I'm learning from it. I'm getting better at what I do because I'm spending this time. And if nobody's watching it, nobody's sharing, nobody cares, nobody, it's amazing how far just like a good job, or I watched the thing and it made me laugh. Like, I'm happy that you're doing that. Like, just by supporting just emotionally, and just telling somebody, like, I like what you do. And it'll really make you want to do it more. Because if we never go ahead, Andrea, before you echo out.
Yeah.
No, I will not echo over you, Kevin. Finish.
So it's just one of those things. Just support, just encourage people. It really is. It's a hang in there. It's amazing what just a hang in there, or hey, Tricia, I watched this thing that you were on 5 years ago, and I just want to say, if I didn't tell you, like, good job. Like, that entertained me. It's amazing.
Thanks, Kevin.
Yeah, because of course I did look up Tricia. I saw her name was going to be on this, and I looked her up, and I was trying to watch the whole thing. So I was trying to do my research, and it's something that we do, and it's just by being mutually supportive, because really it is. It's just support the artists. It's not all of us are in it to be famous or to be rich, but we do it because it's what we want to do. And if it's a street performer out on the corner who's dancing, and you drop him a quarter, like, it's amazing. Like, that guy's dancing for a quarter, but it's just, well, that's what he loves to do. And I'd like to think that if he wasn't on that street corner, he'd be at home dancing in his bedroom. So it's just, there's something inside artists that's what they do. And it's not necessarily for the money or the fame. It's to do it, to do it, and to make people laugh or cry or, feel the emotions. And we literally dedicate our lives to that. So anything that you could do, I say encouragement, watch their stuff, give it a like, a share, whatever it is. There's a lot of ways to watch or there's a lot of ways to support that are completely free. That literally doesn't cost you anything to say good job or to share. That's literally free. Tell your friend, I think you'll like this comedian or this actor. Like give them a follow. It goes a long way.
Awesome.
That was so beautiful.
That was beautiful. It actually inspired me to, when you say it's about supporting us. Can you guys even hear a word I'm saying with this echo? Okay.
We're fine.
I think there's a notion, I feel a little guilty when we're striking for things that we think we deserve, when we're not coal miners and we're not out there breaking our backs to like roof and save children from burning buildings. So I kind of understand maybe there's a bit of like what are you bitching about? And this whole, how can you support us? Well, watch our indies. It starts to feel a little bratty. But the truth is, I mean, not anything you say, Kevin. I just realized like I have this like weird, like, does this sound like, from the outside world, do we just look bratty? And the truth is, I mean, I think we see the huge famous stars and then we see our favorite people on TV. But what Kevin said is so true. There's this huge amount of us, right? And out there doing the small roles, the big roles, the creating, the writers. A world without entertainment and art would be really sad. I mean, I think it's a really important component to our society that we have this rich, beautiful art that's accessible to everyone. You don't have to go to the theater to see art anymore. There's such amazing content. I'm not elevating our importance, but I think it's about including artists in our worldview of important things that give back to society. And I had to learn that too, because I always felt a little guilty. Like, what other job can you do where you're like playing make-believe all your life? So I think the support isn't just understanding that we're very aware that we're not down in the coal mines, but it's also doesn't mean we don't deserve fair pay from the big studios and the AI issue and all this stuff. So yeah, just understanding that we get that, and it's still something worth fighting for, what we're fighting for.
Well, sorry. to address what Andrea said, I will say that there are jobs that keep society going. There are people who go out there who collect the trash. There are people who go out there and deliver groceries. There are people who go out there and keep the lights on. But these are human beings. These are individuals. And sometimes you've got to feed yourself, but you've also got to feed your soul, and you got to feed your emotions. And as someone who's worked as a pop culture historian, I've talked to various people who've talked about shows that literally saved their lives. I have talked to people who talked about how they lived to see the next episode of a certain show. That was the one thing that kept them going. Or they talked about a show that they saw or a movie they saw that made them change the way they looked at things. Doug, who I was talking with while we were waiting for Dwight Schultz to come on, we were talking about how television and movies have shaped society. At the same time, society shapes movies and television. So I would not diminish what you guys do, because like I said, I'm sure someone has seen something that you've done and it has brightened their day. It made them laugh. It made them smile. It made them cry, but in a good way. So for that, I'd say what you guys are doing is a fantastic thing. And I would also say that taking a chance on any creative field is going to be scary. It's not for everybody. It's not for the timid. So I applaud you guys for following your dreams and going out there and doing what you're doing. Thank you guys very much for that. Let me take a look at the time here. I know we're coming up on the 3 o'clock hour. I don't know if we got enough time for. I think we have time for one last question. Andrea, I'm going to start with you. Someone comes to you and says, I want to be an actress. What should I do? What's the first step I should make?
Get into a class. get your chops up a little bit, learn how to act first, learn how to audition second, do a little homework, reach out and try to find a decent agent. I mean, that's really what you have to do. It's just, there's no rule book like being a lawyer. You just have to, it's different, a little different for everyone, but those are the three I think you must do. Make sure you like it, make sure you can do it, and get as good at it as you can.
Awesome. Tricia, how about yourself?
I completely agree with everything that was just said. Just take class, study, watch a bunch of films, go to a bunch of theater, just devour anything you can, and then start putting yourself on tape. I mean, it depends on what kind of actor you want to be too, but just like get everything and see what resonates with you, and find like-minded people who can support you on that journey. And I also saw that we had a question about weird audition stories or funny audition stories. So I just want to touch on that real quick. Back when I was in college, I was auditioning for a short, it was a web series. And what do you bring to the table? You asked earlier, right? What makes you different? And that's exactly what I thought in that moment. And I just come out of a class where it's like, set yourself apart, do weird stuff. So I just did the whole scene upside down. I just like sat upside down in the chair and just did it like that. And then like I booked, but I will also say I took a Shakespeare monologue to a theme park audition once, and I used the whole space and came out of the bush, and I did not book. So, you make a strong impression either way, but that impression made a connection with one of the other people who was auditioning, because Universal does this thing where you have to watch each other audition. I know, it's terrifying. But because of that, I made a friend, and she was like, hey, and we just started talking, and she got me into professional caroling and a cappella singing. And like that monologue, that Miranda in the bushes monologue, like got me into professional a cappella singing. So you just never know. Just take those risks and just go for it. Just throw yourself into it. You want to be an actor? Go be an actor. Just do it. But also just know that it's probably going to be really hard.
Awesome. Kevin, how about yourself?
Well, both the ladies touched on everything. I think a part of it is identifying what kind of actor you want to be, because everybody's different. If you want to do comedy, then take a lot of improv, like lean into that. If you want to be a dramatical actor or a theater actor, don't take improv, because now you're just gonna mess your game up. Like work whether it's the stage or the screen, and just really identify what you want to do. And then Tricia nailed it with if you want to be on camera, put yourself on camera. Just knowing camera angles or take an on-camera class, because that is a skill set in its own that we just don't realize until you've done it. And it's amazing how nervous you could get whenever all of a sudden it's like, oh, I'm so free and I could do this and I could act. Like if I'm acting in a class or on a stage, I could do this. Now you're like now you're on camera. It's like the camera's here. You have nowhere to go. You have to lock in. The lights are bright, and you're like, now I have to say it, and I can't move, because it's a close-up, and if I move just a little bit, it's going to look like this. And it's just knowing your camera, where if you're in a nice wide shot, I could move this much in the talk, and it looks natural. But if I'm this close, you can't do it. So it's just about learning the skill set and just being a professional and really doing it, because schooling, classes, it's like everything in the world. If you have proper training and proper education, if you could find yourself a really good mentor, because everybody is different, to have somebody specific who could actually help you personally, because everybody's in a different scenario. There's no two actors that took the same path and did all the same stuff and had the same success. It is literally every single person is different. So whatever that is, I just recommend surrounding yourself with good people, whether it's a good teacher, a good agent, a good manager, whatever that is, you surround yourself, because it literally takes a team, but you're the main one that has to do it all. So I know that's a big answer. That's not any one thing, because if there was any one easy answer, get into acting, do this, then a lot more people would do it and be successful at it. But the truth be told, there really is no easy one answer, but it's just from what the lady said, it's just get in classes and know what you want to do, and then just focus
on that. I think we're getting echoed there. We're getting
Kevin, I'm like your exit music. When I unmute, I give you a way out. Jesus. Thank you for that audition story, though, Tricia. And I think that's like everyone has one. And young folks out there, you will embarrass yourself at least one audition. It's a rite of passage.
I was going to say, our next guests are not coming in at this time. I understand they're having some technical issues. We can go a little bit longer if you folks would like. Because I got to admit, if Kevin and Andrea, if you got embarrassing audition stories, I'd love to hear them. So.
We want to hear it.
I have one. I have many, but this one sticks because I booked it, so it has a happy ending. But I went in for a guest star, and it was like I don't know, my husband died or something. I was like really emotional, and at the end, it was like tough, and I was like all proud of myself. In the end, the casting was so. It goes, Andrea. I go, yeah. She goes, can I tell you something? And I'm thinking she's gonna be like, thank you so much for that really astonishing work. I go, yeah. She goes, you still have your tag on your pants? And every time you turn around, I could see it. And I was like, that's fine, great. Thanks for your time. I left so embarrassed. It was like with those pants, I'm like, I don't know if I like them. I should wear them once and see if they work. Yeah. So that was ego met with a complete slap down, which I deserved for my ego.
Awesome. Kevin, I was going to ask you, but I see we have one of our guests for our next panel coming up, Miss Priscilla Barnes. I just want to say, guys, thank you for joining us. I appreciate you folks taking your time to be with us this weekend. In preparing for this, I looked up credits. I'm going to be definitely checking out the shows and movies that you guys have done because you guys have been just a pleasure to talk to. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
Appreciate you, and really nice talking with you, ladies. You guys are great. Really, it's a really good time.
Same. Wonderful.
Awesome. I'm going to go ahead and take you guys off the stage. But thank you again. I also encourage everyone to please, if you get a chance to find these folks online, any shows or movies they've done. There's one in particular that has been taken off that I'm definitely going to be looking for. And we want to congratulate Tricia for being the only person who did not have a technical screw up this time. So yay.
Yay. Okay, I'm going to leave now. Bye.
You win. Okay. I'm going to bring our next moderator on, which is Doug Hubler. Hi, Doug.
How you doing?
Doing fantastic. We get through this without any technical issues. We're going to be doing amazing. And I see
again, we're still. I think Priscilla has shown up. So
she has, and we also have Joyce DeWitt. I understand there were some technical issues, but she's on with us now. So I'm going to go ahead and turn you over to these lovely ladies. I'm very envious because you get to talk to these folks. But I will be back shortly. I'm going to take myself off the stage.
And there he goes. We are going to be spending time speaking with two icons from 80s television, Miss Joyce DeWitt and Miss Priscilla Barnes. Thank you so much for joining us and for fighting through all your technical stuff to get here with us. Thank you so much.
But I have a question. Where's Joyce?
Is that her, that gorgeous woman with her
get out of here.
Her gray hair? I didn't even recognize her.
Oh, you're so ornery, honey.
I saw that 5 minutes ago. I thought I'm going to be like, where's Joyce?
I'm the one in the pink shirt.
that electric pink.
I was trying to figure out what to put on, and I was like, well, my fingernails are already pink. Maybe I should wear pink. So the wardrobe question was very simplified by the fact that my fingernails were pink.
Well, pink is always a safe bet with you. I think it is your favorite color, right?
It's one, yes. Yeah, I'm comfortable in it. But I'm going through a blue period, so it's interesting.
Oh.
It's a pros one.
Or color-wise.
Yeah, I don't know why. I've never been someone drawn to wearing blue or whatever. But for some reason lately, I'm in my blue period. And I tend to be drawn to something if I'm looking in a window, a store window that's blue. And the few blue things that are actually in my closet, I tend to pull them out and put them on. But today I'm on pink. So shut up, Joyce, enough about what I'm wearing. Okay.
But it's
Excuse me
But
one second.
again, we are so happy to
Joyce
have
and
you
I
here.
can talk for hours about
That's
infancy.
all right. I want that.
we
I've got
do.
a couple of questions. Please take 10, 15 minutes to answer each one. Because
So,
I've
Doug,
got
I just want-
I've got the 30-second dance button ready just in
Okay,
case.
I just have to ask you, Doug. I mean, now is that on your birth certificate? Is that how you spell Doug?
No, and it's kind of a boring story. I was an artist
you, honey.
back in high school. My last name's Hubler, starts with an H, and I was looking for a way to sign artwork because my dad was an artist. He had a very distinctive signature on his artwork, and I was looking for all this stuff. And of course, during a 2 a.m. drunk on beer, stopping at the donut shop, I realized, wait, D-O-U-G-H, H is in my last, I could just write that all as one word. That would be my signature. And then after 50, 60 years, Doug just didn't look right without an H on it, so I changed it.
Isn't that right? But well, no, it's just that in LA, actors, right, always come up with new inventive ways to spell their names, right?
And
but I've never seen Doug spelled like dough. And so I was just, you try to spend your whole life going, is it Doug? So it was a great story.
Well,
Anyway.
thank you. We hopefully will have some of our viewers coming in with questions for both of you. I've got printouts, but for those of you listening who want to ask questions, because we are adhering to the request from the different striking unions. So before you knock on our door, wink, make sure that you don't mention the name of TV shows and movies or the characters' names. We can get around that. We can skate. We've been doing the whole Voldemort thing, the show whose name must not be mentioned. You know, we're calling it the show we can't say the name of. But we're kind of stuck with that.
I think Priscilla and I are both confused. I saw her looking to the ceiling at the same time.
And you too. I'm confused.
Are you yeah, we're not allowed to mention characters or names of films or TV.
From what I understand, and I'm sure one of our administrators will come in and correct me, but the way I understand it, we're not supposed to mention that company of 3 television show or the actors' characters' names. We can talk about the actors, we can talk about roles, but I just spent some time with Dwight Schultz a little bit earlier today, and he was very comfortable dropping names and dropping episodes. So I don't know how that's going to play out, but that's what I was told. I was told, don't mention the show. Don't mention the characters' names.
Doug, who told you that?
The people running this charity event.
I'm sorry.
The producers.
Oh, the people running this, is it Kristen? Right. Okay.
Yes.
This is an unusual thing that obviously Priscilla and I have never encountered before. We will do our best not to say anything. So we can refer to me as the dark-haired girl and her as the light-haired girl who were in that show that 3 people were in the center of. We could try that and see how long that lasts. Probably not very long.
You can do that.
Did you guys go black, or is it just me?
I can still see you, honey. You're still on camera, even if you don't know it. You are. So don't do anything ridiculous like blow your nose like I did.
No, I'm serious. Have you guys always seen me?
Yes.
In the last minute? Okay. Because my screen went black. I lost the 2 of you.
Oh, no.
Just before then, it was like I missed a lot of what you don't have to go back over it again. That isn't my understanding of the strike. I mean, we are not promoting something new for money.
Right.
Charity exempt as I understand it. It's only if we were going to go to Comic-Con or we're going to do commercials or studio pictures. Because as you probably know, there are waivers. So people are allowed to still work as long as there's a waiver. So that's why I don't really think it's applicable to what we're doing today. But if Kirsten's worried about it, I mean, what do you think, Joyce?
I think that I agree with you that I do not understand that at all. That's like what? But
Yeah.
if the organizers feel that that is essential, then we will do our best to abide by it. Yes.
And if you slip every once in a while, that's fine. I'm gonna try to adhere to that. But I mean, you live this. This is your experience.
We cannot mention the show that we are here, that we have met on and worked on for so many years.
Well, it's the time we can talk about the show. It's just we're not supposed to say the actual title.
And we can't say our characters' names. Is that correct? Is that what you're saying?
That's what I understand.
Okay, and now does that include other? If we talk about other people, their name, we can say their names. We just can't say their TV shows and their characters' names. Okay,
you can talk about Norman Fell, but I'm not sure that you can mention his character's name.
Okay.
All right, we will do.
And I'm sure Kristen will jump in and say something here pretty quickly.
We'll do our best. We actually have a question.
Are you ladies coming to LA anytime soon? Carly Ritter and I would love to meet up for lunch. This is from Jessa Ritter.
So, Jessa, how do you know Carly?
Well, hopefully she'll jump back in here again. I'm wondering, is that a relation to John Ritter?
Carly is John's daughter.
Right.
But I don't know who Jessica is and how she knows her. So that's what I wanted to clarify. Well,
we've got other questions.
He left her.
I've got questions to ask before we get to these other people. Because you both, first of all, we mentioned the strike. I made the mistake of asking somebody if they have personal views of the strike that they feel like sharing, but I asked at the end and of course went over time. So let me throw that out here at the very beginning. Do you have personal opinions, personal feelings about the ongoing strike with SAG, AFTRA, Writers Guild? And is there something that you feel comfortable in sharing with us?
Well, that's a complicated question, but the simple version would be that the fact that actors are not being compensated for their work and the extras in these productions that are now streaming nonstop is just inappropriate and needs to be changed. And that's really one of the core issues sitting in the middle of the strike. That in the time when we were working in a television show that cannot be mentioned together, when you recorded a show, there was an arrangement of when they reran that show, the financial compensation to the actors, to the writers, to the directors, everything. So everyone involved. So therefore, when that show was rerun, there was a financial compensation much, 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 much smaller than what you were paid to do the job. However, it's like the difference in your mortgage payment or your utility payment. So that was how things were done. Then during this period of transition, when the streaming thing got invented, producers took those finished products, which are just sitting there on a shelf, which doesn't cost them any more than how much it costs to mail a letter across town to hand it to a streaming service who is paying them billions of dollars to air it. And they're keeping that all to themselves and not sharing it with the people who made that product for them, because that contract streaming services didn't exist the last time the contract with the unions was laid down. So now that this has come into play, it must be considered in the contracts as well, in all fairness.
Right.
Plus the extras are concerned with the whole AI thing. Actors who work as extras in film and television, they can work the first day and on a film that will shoot, let's say, for 30 days. After that first day, the producers can take their image and AI it into any scene, so that this person who's feeding their family, so paying their mortgage, gets paid for 1 day's work instead of 30 days work. And that's another thing. As my understanding, those are the two primary issues. And I can't help but support them both fully and completely.
Yes, I agree.
And it is my feeling that those of us who are not basic pay actors in SAG and AFTRA must it is incumbent upon us to support those who are being paid a daily salary in this process. That if we don't support that, then there's something very wrong, I think, with our thinking. So I'm completely in support of what they're doing, even though my heart breaks that they're doing it, because it's not an easy thing to be on strike.
No. And I remember I wanted to be an actor. I came to LA. I talked to casting directors, and I was told the truth about what the reality of pay is, that maybe 85% of working actors make under 30 grand a year. And that, you know, we grew up seeing movies and TV shows of every actor owns a mansion and this huge, you know, and tennis courts and swimming pools and limousines, when none of that was, I mean, I'm sure there were a very small group that had all that, but the working actors are making less than school teachers. And that both of those are a sin.
There are only 10 to 15% of actors in the SAG-AFTRA union who actually make a full living at their work as an actor, who don't have a day job in order to support their ability to seek the work that they love doing. So it's very rare, numbers wise, members of the union that are actually paying their bills and living off of what they make as an actor. What they're making as an actor needs to be supplemented, as many other professions as well, and many other people working 2 or 3 jobs in order to support their families and pay their mortgage. But that is true. It's 10 to 15% of the union members who actually only work 1 job in order to support themselves. And for that to be then diminished by the greed of the producers, I'm sorry, I don't mean to label by using the word greed, but that's exactly what it is. It's going on so much in our country right now. It is imbalancing our ability to breathe free and to feel safe. And that the greed, if we diminish the greed factor in our society, there'll be so much healing. It'll be unbelievable.
Yeah. Absolutely. Your show starting in the late 70s, 77, yeah. I think, we talked about reruns. There was a thing in the 60s where you only got paid for a very specific number of reruns before cable came along, before streaming, before all that. You only had that changed by the time you were signing your contracts for the Baltimore show?
I'm the show which cannot be mentioned. I am not a legal mind, and it isn't something that I had background in. Three's Company happened in my life quite unexpectedly. So my experience is what I was thrust into at that time. What was happening before, I do not have expertise about. I just know what happened with us and that it was very appropriate. The way in which those contracts were negotiated at that time had to do with the kind of money that networks and producers were making, and a portion of that to be shared with the actors and writers who were in fact causing that product to be made, and directors, right, and the crew, the wonderful crews. I mean, that's one of the best parts of working in this business is the amazing people who crew the films and the TV shows that you get to work with. These individual talented people with such huge hearts that bring so much heart to the production, so much care and commitment. It makes it, like going to a family reunion every day when you work with a crew, with a wonderful crew like that. We were blessed in the show that cannot be mentioned with an incredible crew. I mean, our crew were just the most wonderful, wonderful human beings and so talented. And our director, Dave Powers, is the reason, in large part, that Three's Company was so successful, because the way in which
the majority of the shows, didn't he?
He did. 5 of the seasons, or 6. When we say we shot live, we shot that show as close to a live 1-act play as possible, without any stops, without any change, without any shifts, where we would just do the play for the audience. And it was because Dave's skill and talent in working, guiding the crew, and the talented crew members that we had who were able to keep up with him, that we were able to shoot it that live. And farce comedy is like walking on eggshells, dancing on eggshells. It's like being shot out of a cannon. You don't stop running until it's over. And because Dave was so talented at running the crew that way. And our crew were so gifted in following his lead and keeping up with him. We were able to do that show at the speed of light. And that's why it has so much to do with why the show survives so well, even to this day, that it really is live, really is live. And people have that experience. You can feel it.
I mean, it's like theater. Well, you started in theater. You were young, very young teen. You started in theater. So, and you did theater before lavalier microphones. You had to project. There was a totally different acting style. But I do want to ask Miss Barnes, you came into the series late. I understand that you auditioned for the series in the original.
Kind of late now that I think. I'm always late. I was on time for this interview, but rarely I'm always late. I would be happy to go over that with you, Doug, but I keep seeing to the right of my screen comments from Kirsten that they have guests and they have questions and they want to ask something when there's a pause. So I don't know if there's an uptake of questions that they want to get to.
Well,
so I didn't know.
Let me finish my question to you, and then we'll turn it over to everybody else.
Okay, good, because it's a little. My question, my answer's a little long, but go on. You want to know how difficult it was me joining a show that was already in the process of 5 years?
Well, I was going to ask when you got the call after Jenny Lee left. When you got
I didn't get the call after that. I actually, unbeknownst to most people, I guess I can break the news here. I actually auditioned for Three's Company before Suzanne had gotten the job. I was too young. So that's number one, because I remember my audition had something to do with a bathroom and a toilet, and there were two men. I mean, it was. I do remember this. I had read twice. Anyway, so then the company, there's the show, and I thought, hey, I think that's the show that I had read for, but I was too. So anyway, 5 years later, I had ABC was. You didn't know that, Joyce, didn't I?
I didn't, honey. You never told me about the bathroom and the toilet audition.
But that was, bringing about the toilet, leaving the toilet up. I remember that. But anyway, and I had to wear a little negligee. Anyway,
oh Jesus!
After 5 years, I got the powers that be of ABC. In those days, they used to put you under contract. I didn't want to go under contract because they usually offered their contract players the crappy shows. They would offer their main stars the great shows, right? And you would get these pilots that would never go anywhere. So I didn't want to be under contract. And one of the powers that be had come to my home and said that there was a possibility that Suzanne would be leaving Three's Company. And would I be interested in that? I mean, I promptly watched the show because I hadn't watched it before. I auditioned for the show. They wanted me to meet our producers, Mickey Ross and Bernie West. I think Don Taffner at that time. I think he was, I don't remember meeting him, Joyce. Did he die?
No, Don Nickel. Don Nickel.
Don Nickel died around the first year, the fifth year, right?
I don't remember. I think it was earlier than that. I think.
Okay, so I never met him. Yeah.
No, you didn't.
I auditioned. They said that they were vague about what the problems they were having with Suzanne. Supposedly the show was going dark for 1 week because she wouldn't come to the table and they couldn't make an agreement on salary, blah blah blah. Cut to they told me that the reason they weren't interested in me was because I had too high of cheekbones. So I looked too Connecticut. I looked too, like one of those rich girls. That's really pretty much all I played on TV was, high-paid prostitutes and mean rich girls. So
me too.
Yeah, so I'm like, okay, and then about shortly thereafter, they came to me again and said that she will definitely be leaving the show. I mean, now I know the reason why and behind the scenes, which we won't go into, but she was leaving the show. And since I've read before, what I come to it, because in those days you read for the executive producers, and then they had you come to the network, so you had to read it in front of network people. which were very nice, but as Joyce will, I'm sure, back me up, they were like lawyers. You know, you wouldn't like, yippee, I get to read for, network. I mean, it's a very stoic environment. Now, this was probably the 4th or 5th series that executive producers had wanted me. I was their first choice. I would go to network and I would choke. I don't know what it was. I would get in front of these people in the room and I would choke. And so they asked me to go to this network again. And I said, I cannot go to the network because I choke. And I don't want to go there. It's an unpleasant experience. So they had me come to the producer's office building. It was on Wilshire. They told me there were 3 other girls, that it had been narrowed down to 3 other girls. Now they told me this to my agents when they were trying to negotiate, salary. So when I get there to this office building, I'm the only girl there. I'm the only actress there. There's nobody else there. So I go in. The head of casting at the network, Mickey's there. About maybe it's a very light room people-wise. So maybe there's only like 4 people. I auditioned the same scene that I'd read before, and a year and a half before, and they said, congratulations, we found Scarlett O'Hara. They hired me in that room.
Wow.
So that is kind of unheard of, because normally you go back, other people go in, you don't hear about it. You might hear about it at the end of the day, depending on how fast they want to shoot. But so that's how I got the job. So, but I'm always being told by people that go, it was between you and me. And I always like, I didn't see you in that office building when I entered the room, but okay.
Strange you say that, because I think it was between you and me for that role at one point too. I mean,
that's actually how I got that's the actual.
That's
the actual
excellent.
mechanics of how I got the role.
Well, we have questions coming in.
There you go.
But I do want to point out that we are doing this for the One Simple Wish, which helps to make the lives of foster kids just a little bit easier. And so if you can contribute, we were shooting for $1,000 today. We are at $940. So
Yay!
any of you can bring in, we would love that. So we have What Got You Both Into Acting from T. Hawkins. Now, I know, Joyce, you started on stage.
Yes, but what got me into it was falling in love with old movies. What Clark Gable and Spencer Tracy and Katharine Hepburn were doing is what I thought I wanted to do. Years and years and years later, when I first did my first TV film, I realized it wasn't acting at all that I had fallen in love with. It was directing and cinematography, that it was the way the camera moves and the use of light and the composition, decomposition, recomposition. It was the movement of the cinema that stole my heart. It had nothing to do with acting, but as a little kid watching old movies, it looked like it was what Spencer Tracy was doing that I found I was so drawn to, and it really was the art of cinema. And it broke my heart when DPs decided they wanted to be called directors of photography, not cinematographers. I couldn't believe they would give up that title.
Right.
But I was well into my career when I discovered that it wasn't acting I'd fallen in love with at all. But then once I started doing it, I was so happy doing it. I was in love with it. And I just want to quickly say, Priscilla, who I call Saprel, that's my nickname for her, is one of my best friends on the planet. And yet, even though I know the story of her coming into Three's Company, I had never heard about, that show that cannot be mentioned. I had never heard about the toilet seat or before. That was a new wrinkle. It was a brand new wrinkle.
I'm glad that I was able to come up with something different.
You did. And I do apologize for my allergies being so terrible right now. I don't know why. It's the wrong time of the year to be having allergies, but it seems like allergies go year round these days. And I'm just drippolating here, so forgive me for the Kleenex.
Oh, I haven't even noticed.
That's because you haven't been looking because you love me and you like blink when I
Yeah, I
do something
don't. I don't
stupid.
see that side of you. That's true.
You're blinking when I do something stupid because you love me.
So Priscilla, what led you? Do you remember how old you are? What the situation was when you decided?
Well, what
that
led
looked like a
me
good
into
job?
acting was probably a dysfunctional family. You know what I mean? Nobody liked me, so it kind of led me into misery. So I was because I always say, I mean, I've never met if an actor had parents that both loved them, you know, they wouldn't act for very long because it's a very difficult business. Yeah, I wanted to be a dancer. I found out that I just enjoyed being on stage. I was a dancing fashion model. I was in beauty contests. You know, I just loved being on stage, and I didn't know why. I felt more comfortable on stage and more comfortable in my own skin there than in life. And then, of course, you know, if people are mean to you in life, you always think, oh, I'm going to get famous and they're going to be sad that they were so mean to me. You know what I write? You know, because you want to get back at people. And then by the time you do get famous, if you're lucky enough to get famous, you know, you don't even know these people's names. It doesn't mean it.
Yeah.
So I'm very see, that's why we get along. We're really good audiences for each other. So I never most people, they say they love acting, but they always go, you know, I don't want to be famous. I this or that, but you don't really know how you're going to react to fame until you actually have it. Mm-hmm. So there are some actors that just love being recognized and eat it up, and they're still wonderful actors. For me, once I became famous, it wasn't a motivating factor for me. I didn't enjoy that much. You know, you lose a lot of your quality of life when you're famous, you know? So, and I certainly wasn't famous like Tom Cruise or something like that. I mean, I don't know, those people must really have a hard time. So that's, I've always said, because people will say to me, if I'm still acting, because they haven't seen me on a TV show, or because, you know, they don't know what you're doing now. You know, I work a lot, but it's not like a mainstream TV show where they can tune in and see me every week. And I love to say that, you know, acting is a vocation for me and for a lot of actors. It isn't something that you think of ever leaving or actually retiring. You just love doing it, because the craft of acting, I'm happy to say, it really is designed to have no end in sight. Right. You know, you just there is no gold watch. There is no retirement age. You know, I don't want to run this company anymore. I mean, because you really are in a duel with yourself and self-discovery. I spoke with Joyce just last night, and she was talking about something, and I was asking her, she'd done a play, and she mentioned a few things about her process and what she was learning. And I was asking her what she had learned, or how it had evolved into a scene, and she, you know, regaled me with that information, because you know what I mean? It's always a self-evolving thing. Isn't that right, George? You kept going, well, I was thinking, you know, maybe she didn't get along with this person. Maybe she did get along with this person. You know, it was like, what could be done? You know, you're always at, you're with yourself. Acting is a very kind of a lonely job, because you need other people in order to do it, for people to see you. But that doesn't mean that you can't constantly work on your craft. Right. And that's what I do.
You both came into television in the 70s. And that was a whole new age. There was a changing landscape. We'd come from the 50s and 60s, where separate beds, you can't say pregnant, can't show a belly button. Everything was kind of Puritan in television. Then the 70s hit, and it was relevance, it was jiggle, it was all kinds of, I mean, just TV just blew up. You, as young, beautiful women, how was Hollywood to navigate in the 70s? How was the executives, the studios, was it difficult? You know,
Well,
We
Joyce,
just-
Joyce, I'll let her speak first. I'll let Joyce speak first on this because she has a really, her experience is totally different than mine. I mean, right, Joyce? So
Yeah, I was going to say that my experience was much simpler in all of that because I was never in that category of being raving beauty or sexy, whatever. So my traveling through that period of time, while I had friends who were greatly challenged and insulted and mistreated during that period of transition, it is not something that I can personally claim as a challenge in my life. But it was an interesting period of time in terms of what we were sending out to the audience. It was time for a greater sense of reality and simple truth for the characters to be allowed. And the fact that Three's Company ended up breaking down some of those barriers, I mean, that show that cannot be mentioned, broke down some of those barriers is really quite marvelous.
yes, this still cracks me up. Voldemort. I don't know why.
Oh, thank you, Sabril. You're so, I love you. It was it was the thing about farce comedy, which is what Three's Company was. It was an attempt to do a modern version of a 16th century Phaedo farce.
Mhm.
So farce comedy has to do with misconception, misconsideration, doors slamming, people, one person being confused for another's, sexual innuendo, all of that blended into one wild and crazy thing. And so in that circumstance, if you talk about something that is not supposed to be talked about, like the show that cannot be mentioned, if you do it with humor, people can go there comfortably and have it on the table without going right in the direction of it, but yet allow it to be in the room so it gets included. So Three's Company, quite by accident, ended up being a part of that opening of our ability to consider more things on the television screen than we had before. It was not our goal. Our goal, Jonathan used to say, oh, that fellow who cannot be mentioned, who played the central character, that guy living with those two girls.
Oh, well,
He used to
You can say his name. You can't say his character.
Okay, well, Jonathan used to say, we're not trying to make someone laugh. We're trying to make somebody laugh so hard they fall off their couch laughing.
There it is.
And so there it was. That's all we were trying to do. It was a wonderful accident that we contributed to opening up the conversation of sexuality, of the gay community. It was like we were not intending to be of service in that fashion. We got extremely lucky and were in service in that fashion, but it was not our intention. We just got lucky and got to contribute.
Right.
So there's that. And Sapril, you can now talk about being a beautiful blonde at that time.
Long story.
Now that I'm a beautiful blonde,
we've got 20 minutes.
A long story. I saw a question below me that said, and we're still at 9:40 in donations.
Here's some.
I want to answer something, and maybe somebody will give us $60.
All right. Let me read from Cindy Bell. Oh, it went away.
No, I have it in my mind. Yeah. Any memories you'd like to share with us about John? Love him. Coming right at you, Cindy. Okay, Joyce.
First, I want to go back to the call about Carly. Carly Ritter, that we would love to say hello to Carly Ritter. Just a beautiful, beautiful young woman. John's children, all four of them, are wonderful, wonderful young adults, beautiful people to know, delicious in each of their talents and their focus. So Carly is just such a lovely, lovely young person. It would be lovely to see her. No, I have no plans to come to Los Angeles for some time. I live in New Mexico and don't have intention to come to California for a while. But love that Carly was mentioned, Carly Ritter. And I didn't want us to bypass that because I know Priscilla and I would be very happy to see her. Even though we're not quite sure who the person was.
No, it wasn't Carly who was asking. It was a Jessica Ritter.
Even though
she wanted to know if we would have lunch with her and Carly. So I had just asked how she knew Carly, and I know, honey.
I'm
one of my best friends. I have no relation, but share the same name. She's one of my best friends. She said, "Okay."
Oh, okay, and they happen to have the same last name. That's cute. That's unexpected.
Yeah. Well, I live in LA, and I'll speak to Carly.
Oh, honey, cool. Next time I come,
I know
we'll
all
figure
his
it out.
kids. Yeah, I know all his kids and his widows.
I know.
So I don't just everybody, so I'll ask him.
Well, I don't come to California to Los Angeles without seeing Saprel. So we'll figure that out whenever that happens. That sounds like a good deal.
Yeah.
I hope
Joyce,
that answers your question.
well, when Priscilla came on, Don Knotts was in his position. But
Yes.
Joyce, you got to work with Norman Fell, who was also one of those, and I really miss the stable of actors from the 50s and 60s television that appeared on everything. One night would be a murderer on Perry Mason, the next night a buffoon on Bewitched. They just wide open talent. And Norman Fell was one of those. He played primarily dramatic roles, but and then just I don't know if he was the only cast member to break the fourth wall on your show constantly, but
no, was he, Joyce? I don't think so. Didn't Dick Shawn break the fourth wall?
Well, that deliberate bit for Norman's character was a
he
running
was the only
bit.
one.
Yeah.
How about Don? Did Don do that?
No, he did not.
Okay.
Well, I mean, subtly, but not as deliberately and constant as
Norman
did. Yeah. I mean, and I'm trying to think back. I believe that Norman created that moment.
Probably.
And the producers had the good sense to jump on it and create it over and over and over again.
Yeah.
But I think that Norman was, his humor was so dry. I mean, so dry. I tend to be a pretty gullible person in life, so this is not extraordinarily unusual. But Normie would say to me, we'd be backstage in the count. They're counting down 5, 4, 3, 2, pause, 1, go. And we're in the count under 5. It's like, that means that in less than 5 seconds, I'm on camera. And he would say to me, you know, Joyce, and I would go, you're kidding, Normie. And he'd go, of course, or yes. And I mean, then I'd be like, oh my God, I have to go on. And I don't know whether I'm supposed to laugh or cry. That his humor was so dry. Whereas little Donnie Knotts, so I call little Donnie Knotts because Don would never, ever ask
There
for
really
help.
wasn't anything a little about Don, I gotta say.
But there, you are so bad today, honey.
No, I in a very good, innocent,
the reason I would call
charity way.
The reason I would call him and that is he would never ask for himself. So I would always kind of make sure that he had water and food and whatever if we were out on location shooting titles or something. He was the most unassuming, low-key, soft-spoken, appropriate gentleman that you could imagine. Nothing like the characters that made him so famous.
No.
It was like Don would walk onto the set and it was like somebody had plugged him into an outlet. But who he was so gracious, soft-spoken, easy, undemanding, never asking for anything or attention. Priscilla and he had a particularly close friendship. So
we were good friends. I adored him.
Yeah, you guys were very close. So you should.
And all his ex-wives.
Yes.
His current wife, obviously, but his ex-wife came to his funeral. That says something.
Yes.
That doesn't happen a lot, and they all said good things about him. That
That's a sweet, good man.
He was generous.
The way you described him, I did summer stock back in the 70s, and it was mostly TV.
Familiar to me. Did you ever do the Dukes of Hazzard or anything? Because you look like. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I got that Dan Haggerty thing going. I guess I don't. But when I was doing summer stock, it was mostly TV and movie people that were on hiatus. They wanted to get back on stage. They took advantage of it. Kenley Productions back in the day. But
John Kenley, yes.
Yeah, John Kenley was just a dear man.
Really fine producer and a lovely.
Was he the one with the theater in Iowa? The one that Don loved doing?
No.
Plays at? Okay. Sorry.
No, honey, that's actually in Kansas City.
Kansas City?
Yeah.
Is it who we're talking about is in Kansas
No.
City? Okay, I get you. Go on.
But your description of Don reminded me of Frank Sutton, who played Sergeant Carter on Gomer Pyle. Everything that you ever saw him do on screen was at the top of, just intense and loud and harsh. He was the most bashful. All shucks. He was just so soft spoken and just so bashful. And you would give him a compliment and he, kick his toe in the dirt, and blush. And, so, I was getting that vibe when you were talking about Don Knotts.
Don's like that, yeah.
Well, and I don't want to underestimate Don's craft and talent. His daughter, Karen, talks about how she would sit out on the floor outside the bathroom door and when she was growing up, and Don would be in the bathroom rehearsing, and he would go over every line, every word in every line over and over and over and over until he had it exactly the way he thought it would be the funniest or the best. So he was quite a craftsman and quite committed to the craft. It wasn't by accident that he walked out on stage and was hysterical. It was very much his intention, his commitment to the work and his craft that caused him to be that good. It's just that those characters were nothing like who he was.
Yeah. Do we have another question before I go
We
to
have
one
a
of
question.
mine?
We never answered. I forget her name that had asked the question. The question about how someone, obviously they love the show. They love John. Do we have any stories about John?
Right.
We have 5 billion. I mean, any memories you would like to share with us about John?
Oh, wow. Such a
I know that's a long one.
I know, such a heartfelt subject even to think about talking about. John was, unlike a lot of really talented comedic actors or comedians, John did not require being the center of attention or try to be the center of attention. He just had the desire for everyone to feel good and have a good time and be happy. And it would just fall out of him, his attempts to cause that to happen. So he was easy to be around, which is not always true of actors who are that good comedically. Sometimes their need to be center stage or center of attention is bothersome, or just like sucking up all the air in the room. John was never like that to be around. John, his natural flow of his comedy was so from the heart and so full of love and the desire to include everyone and to make sure that everyone was having a good time was such a lovely thing to be around. John was an easy person to be around, even though he was ridiculously talented. Those two things don't always go together. With Jonathan, they do.
Party.
Well, yes, and he was wonderful with our guest stars as well. I mean, he would make them feel like they weren't just guest stars, like they were regulars on the show. I mean, some actors, there's so many different, when we call it number one on the call sheet, then number ones are always, they set the tone for the show. And he didn't like tension. I mean, there are some people that work best with tension, and he didn't. And I'm thrilled. I mean, I hate tension, and so he really strove to alleviate as much tension and pressure as possible.
That's excellent. Excellent. There. Speaking of John, speaking of tension, all we had, like I said, all we had before all the channels and all the streaming and all the internet, all we had was TV guide magazines and tabloids. So that's all we had to go by as far as hearing things. There seemed to be some tension when Three's a Crowd got launched, that they did it sneakily. You weren't aware that this other series was spinning off. Was there anything to any of that?
But that doesn't have to do with John. That has to do with choices made by our executive producers, NRW.
Right. Oh, yeah.
And I think that, unfortunately, the lack of success in that spinoff for Jonathan was really rooted in the fact that our producers so underestimated the relationship that the audience had with the other characters. The disappearing of those other characters just like that, without any transition or evolution or preparation, was too harsh and too difficult. And it really was, in my opinion, and it is my opinion, mine alone perhaps, absolute underestimation of our producers of the relationship that the other characters had with the audience, and the fact that they were essential to the support system that allowed the Tripper character, we'll just say Tripper and maybe get away with that, the Tripper character to be who he was, that there was a surrounding force that allowed him to dance at the speed of light. And they underestimated the value of those characters and the relationship of the audience to those characters.
I mean, you were a triumvirate for the best part.
Well,
and the stool can stand on 3 legs. It's hard to stand on one.
No, but along with Richard Klein and with Don Knotts and with, I can't think of the wonderful actor who played our bartender at the Regal Beagle, along with the ensemble that were there creating the ambient space. But the primary characters, indeed, those relationships, that character,
Felipe.
John Ritter's character cared about these characters. When you take him out of that environment without transitioning it gracefully, you leave half of his heart behind. And the audience is aware of that. They are living in the space of that transition that has not been made. And I think that's why they were not successful in that. And I'm not sure, maybe I was quoted or whatever about not being happy in that transition. My only issue with that spinoff ever has been the inappropriate way in which our executive producers handled the transition. That they did not do it with grace, they did not do it with kindness, they did not do it with heart. And that was just Three's Company, that show that cannot be mentioned, should never be dealt with without heart, because that's what it was all about.
Yes,
love and fun. So
absolutely. Joyce,
Do
you
we have another
mentioned.
question? Is there another question? I thought that thought one came up.
I just got. You have 8 minutes left. Yes, I know I've got 8 minutes.
Oh, but
I
can't see the clock.
But
was
Joyce, you mentioned falling in love with the technical aspects of film. Have either of you ever had desires to direct or even produce your own projects?
I cannot say that. I did not mean that I fell in love with the technical aspects of film. Being in love with cinema, with cinematography, is a mesmerizing, meditative, magical experience. It's what everyone goes to the movies for. You sit down there in the dark, the light goes to the other end of the room. You go on the journey of where this light is taking you. And that exchange, that giving over, is a very magical experience. It's not a relationship to the technicality of it. It's the gift of these great film directors. I mean, people ask me all the time, like, what part do you want to play? What play haven't you done? And I'm like, I don't have a bucket list or a wish list. But if I had one, it would be to be in a film directed by Robert Redford or Clint Eastwood, because they are really, really good filmmakers and they understand actors as well. But they make a piece of cinema which captures you and takes you in. I mean, that's the thing I fell in love with, that experience of being taken into this magical experience of storytelling. Not that I would ever have the craft or ability to do that, but I certainly appreciate it and love the magic of it.
Oh,
is there an actor you'd love to work with? I assume that you never got a chance to. Is there an actor you would love to work with?
I'd love to work with Scott McNairy. I can't think of his. Jeremy Allen White from The Bear. Jonathan Tucker. There's so many. I like those actors that, when you watch them, like, does anybody know who Jonathan Tucker or Scott McNairy is, or a Pedro? Is it Pedro Pascal? Yeah. I mean, actors that you just don't know what they're going to do next. And I would like that career, actually, which to date I haven't had, where you don't know what to expect from it. It's like when you meet them on the street or something, you don't really know their name. You don't know who they are. Maybe you think you went to college or school with it. Do you know what I mean? They aren't famous, but they're, leads in movies, and they're just so, they're so authentic in the craft. So that's for me, to name a few. Joyce.
Oh, golly. I don't really have a wish list of that nature, given the question in the moment. Priscilla and I were just talking about this actor last night. I would love to work with Bill Nighy, British actor.
That Bill Nighy.
He's so wildly creative. He just amazes me.
Yeah.
The way in which he uses his whole body to say a sentence.
Have you seen that movie of Doug Living? He was nominated for the Academy Award. I think he won last year. I mean, he doesn't even hardly move his face. Right, Joyce?
Which is so different.
He's so still.
But that is so unusual for his type of performance.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I mean, he usually is quite animated, and it's a part of what I love about him is how he brings so much animation to the simplicity of the story, of the line.
Coleman, I think, is amazing. I'm sorry, Joyce.
Yeah.
I can go on forever.
but no, I mean, I can't say that there's any particular actor that I would love to work with. An actor whose work I love passionately and assume would be just marvelous to work with would be Tom Hanks. I love watching Tom's films, and I will watch them at the end of the day when I need something to just kind of chill with and be still, because I know the integrity of the work is going to be so solid. And what he brings to the roles he plays has such integrity as a human being.
And he's a wonderful screenwriter.
Yeah.
He's
Very talented.
For that. I mean, what
Very
that last movie, what was he wrote the screenplay for? On the submarine? I mean, it's like, oh God.
Very talented fellow. But I enjoy the personal integrity that he brings to his characters. That is lovely to be in resonance with for a while. So I would reckon that I would just be, as would I probably any actor in Hollywood, ridiculously happy to work with Tom. But do I have a wish list of actors that I'd like to work with? No. Just if I had to have a wish list, it would be I'd like one of the either Eastwood or of course my brain went dead.
I love Colin Firth. I think
Robert Redford to direct.
Yeah.
Because they're just really good. I mean, I really so appreciate good filmmaking. Clint Eastwood is just a wonderful filmmaker. I mean, he directs a piece of cinema that is so worth watching. Just the excellence of how it was put together.
The biggest surprise to me from Clint Eastwood was the Jersey Boys, directing the musical The Jersey Boys and doing it live, not having them lip sync to the songs, and casting people who had been playing those roles on stage for the movie. I mean, essentially unknowns. There was one point one of the main cast members was sitting, and the rumor is that Redford rehearses you into the ground. I mean, it's just you rehearse a scene to the max before you film it. And he was sitting and talking to this other actor who had been doing this for years, either on Broadway or on the road playing that same role. And he said, "How many times do you think you've played this scene?" No, 700, 720. He said, "That's enough rehearsal. Let's shoot it." And that was how they went to it. We have run out of it.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, you go ahead. No, we still got 2 minutes.
A girlfriend of mine was in Jersey Boys. She plays one of the moms, and she said it was so interesting because he doesn't say action. He says, "Okay, go." So she'd be standing there with the other 2 actors, I forget who they are, in the scene, and they obviously knew him better because they would just start, and he would say, "Okay, go," and then they'd start to wait. She's like hanging back. No, so I just love that story. Okay,
and I know the story behind that.
Oh, you do?
Back when he was doing Rawhide, directors used the megaphones. And every time they would use the megaphone and yell action, it would spook the horses. And they would have to stop and calm everything down. So he decided it was a combination of the megaphone and the word action. And so he just said, "Okay, go." That was when he started doing it.
Because there's nothing more annoying than having that, than having the stick slap sharply in front of your face and your director yell, "Action!" I mean, it just scares the crap out of me. Just be quiet and say, "Okay, action." I'm fine.
Well, I hate it, but we are at the top of the hour. We have reached 4 o'clock, and I think
no more questions. No more questions.
I guess not. I mean, gee whiz, and
no more money. Still holding at 9:40.
But thank you so much, Joyce DeWitt, Priscilla Barnes. Thank you so much for joining us here.
Thank you for to have a conversation with you, and thank you for your insightful questions. They were different. They were new. You had done research, and I couldn't see you made a huge effort to ask things that other people probably haven't asked.
Well, so, I'm also a huge fan, so
that
led to
appreciate that.
Thank you so much. Thank you. We've got to get out of here. Let us make sure that you watch the scroll at the bottom of the screen. Look out, Don's here. Okay, Dan's on you.
I just want to say I never thought I would live to see the day I tell the 2 ladies from Three's Company, "You have to leave." I never thought I would see this day happen, but there you go.
We won't tell anybody that story about last night, Dan. Okay.
Oh, but by all means, please tell them anything you want to.
Dan looks like he just woke up from a nap.
I've been behind the scenes and everything, so this is me. Yeah.
Well,
You need makeup and wardrobe, please.
Yes, Joyce. Joyce,
since
yes.
we're all here for just another moment, I would like to celebrate the ladies and gentlemen who create this fundraiser each year, the Simple Wish. When they're all professionals who work 8 to 10, 12-hour jobs. When I talk to Kristen, it's usually at 10 o'clock at night because that's the first time she's had a chance to do something other than her day job. They decided they wanted to do something to help the world, to help human beings, and they created this organization. And each year they find a cause or a charitable organization that they will do a fundraiser for. And this year it's for foster kids. The story about how that came about, or their decision was so tilted to choose this organization, was they asked this little foster child what would be his wish. And he said he would like a set of sheets. And they were like, I'm sorry, what? That's your big wish? And he said that in having a set of sheets, when he moved to a different home, he would take his home with him and he would have home. So they immediately bought this young man a set of sheets and decided that this would be the organization they would fundraise for this year. So if you have an extra couple of bucks, 5, 10, $2, whatever, this week, this month in your budget, send it in for these wonderful young people who are from babies to 18-year-olds until they age out of the system, who deserve our support, who are alone many times, who only perhaps want a set of sheets to feel like they're safe in the world. So if that's their simple wish, let's give them a whole lot of sheets.
Thank you. Thank you so
Mr.
much.
Witz, thank you for that. Thank you for that endorsement. That is fantastic. Thank you, ma'am.
Oh, honeys, pleasure, pleasure, pleasure. Priscilla, I love you. I'm glad to see you.
I love you, Joyce. Thank you for getting me involved in this. And
honey,
Kristen, is it Kristen or Kirsten?
Kristen, K-R-I.
And Kristen, I don't know, when we hang up or something, bill me for that $60 because I want to make 2,000. So when we hang up, you have my email. Say, hey, Priscilla.
All right, gentlemen. Thank you for letting us come into your hour. God bless and enjoy.
Thank you. God bless you. Stay safe.
Bye.
Okay,
Stay
bye.
safe all day. Is today the last day of the marathon?
It is, yes.
Okay, well, much success. Until what time?
We're going to be going until 7 o'clock tonight, Eastern Standard Time.
Eastern Standard Time. Much success.
Forgive me for saying this, but thank you for letting us knock on your door.
That can be mentioned. Well,
That can be said.
You got it. Thank you, ladies. You're wonderful. Appreciate it.
Bye, guys.
Bye,
Bye-bye.
Doug, thank you for the wonderful job, too, man. You did a great job. I wouldn't mind me jumping in at the very end.
No. I mean, they made it easy on me. I hardly even had to look at my notes. They were just incredibly wonderful people to have.
They were.
I'm honored to have been able to be part of it. Thank you.
Awesome. Ms. Barnes, thank you also. Am I Priscilla? Thank you.
Yes. Oh, of course you may call me Priscilla. I don't know how to, me, I don't know how to leave the stage. I mean, I don't know how to get off. I keep seeing myself and going, oh, I guess I'm supposed to take something, but I can't figure it out.
Dan will kick us out.
I saw you and I went, oh, yeah.
Dan can kick us out from his room.
Okay.
I
Kick us out, Dan. All right.
You got it.
Take care, Dan.
Oh my God, I can't turn it off either. How do you turn this off?
Dan,
I'll take care of it.
Dan doesn't want to let us go.
Okay, Danny, you have to let us go because I'm shooting my ceiling.
Camera Joyce.
I'm now shooting my ceiling. You can see the ceiling of my house now.
Film technique there.
Yeah, I'm the cinematographer. Look at this. That's my
you
ceiling.
photographer thing.
Those are my bangs and my ceiling. Okay, turn us off.
What are you doing? You twisting your camera like that?
No, I had to use my phone because I couldn't do my computer. So I'm on my phone and I don't know how to hang up.
It looks good.
Thanks, honey.
It's a good angle.
What was
great.
that? Sorry.
I'm just going to say that if you're watching the live stream, this is what happens when you watch the live stream and don't wait for it on YouTube.
Oh my God in heaven.
Well, like
there you are. Hi. Okay.
So we're going to be switching over to another stream, and I'm going to let these nice ladies get back to their lives. Thank you again.
All right. Okay. Bye-bye.
Should we just turn off our phone? Would that do it if you just turned the power off?
I think that would do it, Joyce. I didn't want to say that, but yeah.
I think the end of the stream, you're going to be okay.
A phone. And I guess I just I don't
Okay,
see
we're
my-
gonna shut up. Believe it or not, we're gonna hang up. Okay, bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, I'm trying. All right, how the hell do you do this?
Went black.
It went black, but I can still hear you. Oh my God.
Dan, can you help her out from
Oh
there?
my God.
Joyce, I'll go in the stream. That should disconnect you.
Okay,
Thank you again.
Thank
Awesome.
you. Okay, bye.
Bye-bye.
Stay safe.
Thank you again. This is
Okay, you're welcome.
okay. Here we go.
And
okay, the stream ended, and I'm going to exit. I think, well, that should have taken care of it. Oh, Joyce, look down at the bottom. We've got the control panels. You've got like mute, camera setting, and you've got the big red circle with the X. Leave studio. If you click that, that should get you out.
Okay, I'm pressing leave. If I'm not gone, if I'm gone, bye guys. Okay, I'm going.
Thanks again.
It worked.
Awesome. And the stream has ended, and Ryan's taking care of the other one. They were delightful. They were very awesome.
Weren't they though? I mean, and when you're going into this, you never know who's going to be talkative and who's going to answer everything with one-word sentences. So you prep, you lay some stuff aside. They were just charming and just so engaging, and knowing that they were the best of friends.